Chapter 1347. The family walked forward cautiously. After walking for some distance, the little girl shouted, "There are so many people. It can't be Bai Zai's men." She saw several hundred people wearing the same clothes. They were all wearing the feathered, forest-flying cavalry uniforms. Although she was young, she knew that Bai Zai did not have the ability. When she saw a group of people, there was more firelight. There was a hunter's hut beside them. There were even live rabbits in cages eating hay. "Enter the tent. They said that you are here to look for Dongzhu. Don't worry, no matter what grievances you have suffered. Dongzhu will help you solve them." A Yulin flying cavalry came up to greet them. "How did you pass the message?" The eldest son of the couple was curious. "It's a secret. There is barbecued meat, hot soup, and cucumber egg soup. The cucumbers are a little cold and not well preserved. Make do with it." The person in charge rejected them directly. He did not want to tell them. "I was rude." The man apologized. He knew that the family had not only solved the problem of survival in the wild, but also solved the most important problem. The Winged Knights were said to be under Li Dongzhu's command. They were a team trained by Li Dongzhu. Seeing the Winged Knights meant seeing Li Dongzhu. He told Li Dongzhu about the persecution his family had suffered. The Dengguan drum could not be beaten. It was said that one would be beaten to death if they beat it. The family was brought into the big tent. There was food. "Your family hunted all the way here?" The person in charge brought soup, but not barbecued meat. "Yes." The little girl nodded. "Let's eat rice. There is instant rice with vegetables. I remember that there is fried eggplant with soy sauce and shredded meat with cowpeas." The person in charge immediately adjusted the menu. They had hunted all the way and had hunted all the way. At this time, if they were to eat meat, they would not like it. He had to be meticulous and take good care of everyone. They were here for the owner. The food was ready-made and was quickly brought up. The side dish was green onions soaked in soy sauce. They used their hands to break the onions and did not use a knife to cut them. As expected, it's the Winged Knights. I heard that they have joined forces with the Li family Zhuangzi to form the Ba Shui army. They are the best in logistics in the world. The old man and the old lady's second son's wife looked at the food with tears in their eyes, but there was a smile on their lips. He had suffered a lot to rush over, and now he was finally at ease. "We have to make Bai Zai and his relatives pay for the land they lost, the money they embezzled from us, and the house that was burned down." The second son gritted his teeth and said that he wanted revenge. The other party was an official and a county magistrate. There were also people in the state capital. It was impossible to deal with the county magistrate through the state capital. Therefore, his family took the shortcut and rushed to Chun. He didn't want to beat the drum because he knew there was a shortcut. He just needed to find Li Yi. "Does Li Dongzhu know His Majesty, uncle?" The little boy who had been shouting earlier relaxed and asked directly. Li Yi was very successful. He created a perfect image of the Winged Knights for the people. Just like the People's Liberation Army during Li Yi's time, when the people encountered difficulties, they felt more at ease when they saw the soldiers than when they saw the police. Because of the police, although the people called the police, sometimes they didn't completely believe it. The army was different. The people could trust them with their lives. In the Tang dynasty, Li Yi used a series of methods to establish the image of the Winged Knights. The most stable front line, the closest team, the strongest fighting power, and the most reliable army. He even advertised saying something like, "Rest assured, Winged Knights. Love the people, His Majesty's private army." While the family was eating and drinking, the Winged Knights immediately sent a team back to the Li family Zhuangzi to tell Li Yi about the situation here. First, he told them about the age, relationship, and ability of these people. After asking about other things, he sent people back. It was a race against time. This kind of food was indeed good for the family who had eaten meat for a long time. They finally saw normal vegetables. Sometimes they could also eat some good food, frozen mushrooms. When the snow was removed, there were mushrooms inside. They were so tenacious. In fact, there were also hazelnuts, but they were all raw and frozen in pieces. They needed to be burned and melted before they could be broken open and eaten. Other green things could not be seen. At most, they could get some small pine trees to look at the small pine nuts inside. They also dug out the roots of bellflower. This was very difficult to find because it was covered by snow. Whether it was the little girl's eyes or the little boy's ears, they could not find it. The old man drank 2 mouthfuls of soup to warm his stomach and said to the person in charge, "Aren't you going to ask us what happened?" "From what you said, it should be that a county magistrate bullied you. You were not convinced and were harmed badly, so you wanted to complain." The person in charge explained the matter clearly in 1 sentence. After that, it was simple. Which county magistrate was it and how he harmed the people? Of course, it was only a one-sided story. In the follow-up, they had to send people to investigate. In the Tang dynasty, the investigation would be accurate. As long as they found a small fault with the officials, they could punish them to death. The officials would also explain and use their connections to smooth things over, especially the corrupt officials. The county magistrate would bribe the state government, and the state government would bribe the governor, and the governor would use his connections to bribe the governor. Depending on the situation, if the person who reported it did not insist in the state government, then it would be simple. The family in front of them was obviously not that simple. There was a tiger, which was a dumb insect. Then our family had some land. In the end, when we dug out something good from the land, Bai Zai used the name of the government office to find an excuse to take it away. When we were hiding in the land, our family killed the dumb insect, and the county government office offered a reward for it. They did not give it to us and said that it was hunted by others. We knew that Bai Zai wanted to catch us, so we ran away. We actually wanted to kill Bai Zai, but we were afraid that we would be caught and beheaded. His second son was there to talk about matters, and it was because some officials were using their official positions to gain benefits. The people knew, but they could not do anything. So, could they just swallow their anger? The key was that this was not good. The first son knew that he had done something wrong and was afraid that he would be reported one day. The best way was to get rid of this kind of person. That county magistrate, called Bai Zai, was rich. He could get it. He could find people to kill some people who should not be alive, including the children. Fortunately, our family is capable, so we were able to escape. We were worried that they would hunt us down, so we did not dare to take the official road. We could only take the small roads. The second son said. He did not show any weakness along the way, but at this moment he actually cried. After the person in charge heard this, he took a deep breath and sighed. "We can't just listen to what you say. We will send people to investigate openly and secretly. Can I see Brother Dongju? I want to eat the food in the Li family Zhuangzi's cafeteria. I heard it's delicious." The young man who shouted was actually thinking about food. Yes, the person in charge believed that regardless of whether the other party was lying or not, Dongju must meet him. Then he would send people to make sure that the people were not wronged. Chapter 1348. A small group of winged knights left quickly under the night sky. They needed to report to Li Yi about the 9 people in advance. The man's surname was Ban. After the news was sent back, it was up to Li Yi to decide how to deal with it. The winged knights went to the Qinling Mountains to catch rabbits. After it snowed, the animals would leave traces, and it was easy to find their nests. Not only did the Ban family meet the winged knights, but other people who went up the mountain to catch pheasants were also saved by the winged knights. Pheasants were easy to catch, but there were not only pheasants, but also wild animals on the mountain. After the family of 9 finished eating, they took a hot bath and wiped themselves with a towel. They fell asleep with a relaxed expression. The sun jumped out from the eastern horizon, and the people began to prepare for the small new year. Tomorrow, the 24th day of the 12th lunar month. Some people started counting from tonight. After midnight, it would be the small new year. Li Yi was resting and conserving his energy. He was preparing to practice on death row prisoners and pass the pipes. He needed assistance to cooperate. Li Longji did not go to the morning court. There was nothing to do. In the past, there were 2 chancellors, but now there were 4. At the end of the year, the chancellors were busy. They were mainly busy with money. They had no money. How were they going to spend the new year? How much did they have to spend? After New Year's Eve, it would be spring. How could they spend money on a year's work? Now, they had to spend as much money as they could. Even if they did not spend it, Li Yi would help. Bai Gu and the other 3 had breakfast in the Li family zhuangzi. They were not in a hurry to go to the political affairs hall. Next year's budget has been prepared. Now, we have to wait for next year's summer harvest to increase the grain production. 1,800,000 is not a lot. We don't need it. Arrange it. Bai Gu swallowed the scallion pancake in his mouth and talked about the imperial court's allocation of money. Now he automatically omitted the unit Li when he spoke. If there was no Li behind each number, it meant Li. Song Jing and the other 2 nodded in agreement. Yes, 1 million Li was a small amount of money. They had forgotten that a few years ago, the imperial court's annual rent was less than 8 million Li. This year, the imperial court's income was more than 30 million Li, not including rent. The people learned from the newspapers how to accumulate fertilizer, how to use advanced tools, and how to save time to start a side business. Even if he didn't carry out his side business, as long as he rested for a long time, the damage to his body would be minimal, and he could recover. Generally, the side business was raising poultry and artificial hatching. Chickens, ducks, and geese were not allowed to build nests, lay more eggs, and did not lose weight. If it weren't for Li Yi's help, they wouldn't have spent 15 million. There will be more money next year. Su Yi was worried. He felt that he could not control that much money, even if he did not directly manage it. Don't be afraid. Ask Li Yi. Zhang Jiuling was optimistic. He believed that Li Yi would have a way to spend the money. How about printing banknotes next year? Song Jing was thinking about seizing power. The Li family zhuangzi printed more and more banknotes. As the chancellor, he had no control over the issue of currency. Printing money has costs. Xiao Yi mentioned that the more abundant the products of the Tang dynasty are, the greater the demand for small amounts of money. Every time a banknote is printed, a part of the money will be lost. What is it written in the book? The relationship between the cost of money and the circulation of money includes the wear and tear of money and the turnover of money in circulation. The book Bai Gu mentioned was written by Li Yi. There was a lot of knowledge in it. Let's eat. We can rest for a few days during the new year. Sigh. Song Jing had a headache. It was difficult to learn the various books given by Li Yi, even if the language was simple and straightforward. After the 4 of them finished eating and went to work, Li Longji and Li Yi got up. They drank a big cup of warm water, took a bath, and ate. Brother Yi, how many banknotes do we have left in Zhuangzi? Li Longji found that the banknotes were getting more and more useful. He was afraid that Zhuangzi did not have enough. The circulation of money in the capital government is increasing. This means that the economic status of Chang is improving. The eastern capital of Hunan province is also improving. Li Yi did not mention how many banknotes there were. He said that the banknotes were flowing back. Li family zhuangzi was selling luxury goods in large quantities. Every sale was a high percentage of profit. This profit was the banknotes. The faster the banknotes were flowing back, the higher the net profit, and the banknotes would increase accordingly. His Majesty has too much gold and silver in his hands. Can he give Zhuangzi banknotes to you first? And Zhuangzi will provide the banknotes? Then distribute them to other places and increase the usage of banknotes. Banknotes are convenient to carry around. To a certain extent, it can reduce the loss of the banknotes and reduce the loss of the banknotes. Li Longji was reading the book that Li Yi copied. He was very serious. After listening to Li Yi, he knew what he meant. If the banknotes were circulated in one place, the profits would increase, but it was not good for the banknotes. He wanted to exchange his gold and silver for Li family Zhuangzi's banknotes, and then directly put them in the provincial government and into the county. Okay. Li Yi thought for a while and agreed to use Li Longji's money to print money. Deduct the cost of producing the banknotes. Let His Majesty pay for it. Li Longji was afraid that he would cheat Li Yi. If he exchanged 1,000,000 taels of gold for a banknote worth 1,000,000 taels of banknotes, Li Yi would bear the cost. After the banknotes were circulated, the imperial court would benefit from the taxes collected and the money saved by the people. Li Yi waved his hand. No need. That. Just issue commemorative coins. I can make money from it. What kind of commemorative coins? Li Longji never doubted Li Yi when he said that he could make money. I will redesign the banknotes and increase the difficulty of the banknotes. Banknotes are printed more beautifully and can be circulated. They can also be collected. Li Yi talked to Li Longji about the commemorative coins. The issuance of commemorative coins was usually equal to the amount of banknotes. Li Yi wanted to first issue a small number of commemorative coins of equal value, and then secretly increase the price. If it was him at that time, it would definitely be illegal and constitutional. The People's Bank could not be played like this. Li Yi did not have anyone to supervise him, so he wanted to secretly make some money and earn back the cost. At that time, he had a lot of money to buy coins at a high price. Coins of a few cents and a few dimes were very expensive. Then everyone realized why there was so little money these years. One reason was that the number of coins issued at that time was very small. Another reason was that the banknotes issued by the country were foreign currencies. They were only traded to foreigners with certain identities. Only foreigners could exchange for those kinds of currencies. They were souvenirs, and people in the country could not buy them at that time. That was why people realized that there were no coins. Li Longji put down his chopsticks and smiled. He pointed at Li Yi with his finger. Brother Yi, will there be a problem if you do this? As long as it is exquisite enough. It is basically a non-currency circulation. It is a collection. The price will get higher and higher. Thoid brother, look! I have specially printed a set of coins and stored them. They will be valuable in the future. The creation of currency itself is a commodity. It is used for exchange. After that, it is an intermediary. The issuance of commemorative coins in itself makes currency return to the category of commodities. Li Yi admitted that it was not very good to do this. However, under the premise of high-quality products, everything returned to the essence. When seashells were used as currency, there were good and bad seashells. When salt was used as currency, there were many levels of the quality of salt. Even a credit currency could not be treated in isolation, let alone a collateral currency. Chapter 1349. Li Longji understood again. It was written in the book, but it was different from Li Yi's example. Currency circulation was about using money as an intermediary for trade. It was a tool. The circulation of commemorative coins was a commodity circulation. It was not defined by its value. Salt, bricks belonged to either of the two types. They could be eaten, which was a commodity. They could be used to buy things, which was a currency. Commemorative coins could be collected and used to buy things, just like salt. Princess Yongmu lowered her head and ate her donuts, but there was no soy milk. She drank milk, and Xiaolan ate something with her. Li family Zhuangzi used fermented mung bean to make soy milk. Soy milk was not fermented. Soy milk was made from soybeans. Li Yi could eat any kind of food. Soy milk was actually something that the Manchurian people in his time ate. The first nomads in the northeast produced soy milk was Khitan's Liao. During the Song dynasty, Liao and Khitan both loved and hated each other. Liao loved money. The northern Song dynasty lost Yuzhou, Yunzhou, Yanzhou, and 16 other prefectures. There was no place to raise horses. It was like Li Yuan in the Tang dynasty. He bowed to the Turks and asked for thousands of horses. The northern Song dynasty gave money to Khitan every year for peace. The main reason was how Zhao Kuangyin got his position. He was a military official outside and had a lot of power. When he became the emperor, he adopted the method of emphasizing literature and suppressing military force. Then what was with the soy milk? What did it have to do with the Manchus? The grassland people always ate meat and had little vegetables, so they had to eat fermented milk and cheese. After a heavy snowfall, many cows and sheep that could produce milk were frozen to death. The Song dynasty also did not give tea. The tea and horse trade was called a market, a free trade zone between the two countries. So the grassland people could only use mung bean to make soy milk to replace tea and fermented cheese. It was good for the gastrointestinal tract. Why not use soybeans to ferment? Soybeans were fermented to make sauce. Of course, soybeans were fermented to make sauce, and mung beans were fermented to make soy milk. During the Qing dynasty, the entire northeast, including Beijing and Tianjin, was controlled by the Manchus. Shenyang was the same. They also drank soy milk. Beijing was called Yanjing, and Shenyang was called Shengjing. Shanhai Pass was located in the middle of the two capitals. It was easy to defend and difficult to attack. This was the reason why there was the saying that the two capitals were unparalleled and the Great Wall was the first pass. What about Tianjin? That's right. They used to drink soy milk together. Then he realized that if the soy milk was slightly thicker, it could be used to make pancakes. The burnt circles would turn into deep-fried dough sticks and crispy skin. Wasn't this a fruit pancake? As for those who made a lot of money from selling crepes in Tianjin, they had to set a rule that only the crepes made by mung beans would count. If they didn't admit anything else, they would be too arrogant. Tianjin's Jianbing fruit started from Jianbing. Jianbing belonged to Shandong of Hunan Province. Hunan Province was not Hunan Province. It included a lot of places. Shandong was suitable for growing highland barley and wheat. At first, highland barley was used to make pancakes, which were eaten by the poor. The development of Chinese cuisine was a continuation of history. No one had the right to define it. They could only define their own cuisine. Li Yi was lost in thought again. He unconsciously chewed the radish strips and stir-fried them with cowpeas, pork skin, and soybeans. He was always absent-minded, and everyone was used to it. She was so used to not disturbing him as long as there was nothing particularly important to ask him. Princess Yongmu took a bite of garlic eggplant. Li Lang, I heard that they make garlic eggplant, and it's uncomfortable to eat it. There's less salt and garlic. The population in the north is heavy, and they eat a lot of salt. There are fewer vegetables in winter, and they use salt to make their staple food. Rice with vegetables, rujiamo, braised noodles, stewed pancakes. Actually, it's all because of the same reasons. There are fewer cutlery, not a fixed place to eat, and the cultural environment. Li Yi was lost in thought again. Why do the people of Shaanxi and Shaanxi like to eat outside? From a human's perspective, take my dumplings, for example. The dumplings are done, but the neighbors don't know. I have to show off. How do I show off? Borrow vinegar. Borrow some vinegar. Aren't the dumplings full? There's no vinegar. The so-called borrowing is asking for it. It's impossible to return the vinegar. There are also some who borrow fertilizer. After the dough is fermented, they leave some for steaming buns. There's no baking powder inside. This is human nature. There's no praise or criticism. In history, Shaanxi and Shaanxi lived in cave dwellings. The cave dwellings were dark. Can you light oil lamps during the day? You have to come out to eat. One cave dwelling after another was similar to a courtyard house. Then why use big bowls? People would think that there's a lot of noodles in a big bowl. The key is that people used to eat noodles with a lot of soup. What does it mean to have a lot of soup? When eating noodles, no matter if it's ramen or steamed noodles, if you add some capillary, it's very, very fine. You just need to add 2 more lines. Fine noodles, eat a lot of soup and have a large surface area. When eating capillary noodles, you'll realize that if you eat slowly and eat a few mouthfuls, it's still the same big bowl. That's right, you'll make the noodles big. Once it's big, you'll be full. Actually, it's still the same noodles. Isn't this because they're poor? Shaanxi and Shaanxi were historically this factor. Hunan and Hebei loved to eat jiamos because it was convenient to operate. They couldn't cook a few more dishes while working. Authentic jiamos were made with dough and then dry baked. It was easy to save oil. In places with higher latitudes, people were willing to eat things made with dough. In places with lower latitudes, they were most suitable for growing wheat. Therefore, they loved to eat scalded noodles. In places with lower latitudes, there were only things made of glutinous rice, such as glutinous rice cakes. In places with lower latitudes, they ate vermicelli and rice noodles. Rice noodles were made of indica rice. Li Lang, can we eat eggplant boxes at noon? Put more meat in them. Princess Yongmu suddenly said. She wanted to eat it. There aren't any canteen dishes for lunch today. I'll make it for you, Li Yi agreed. This was easy to make. Authentic fried eggplant boxes were all made with eggplant slices that had been cut and dried in the sun and shade. Why did it have to be dried? Even the vegetables when eating dog meat pot were dried vegetables. It was to achieve a balance in color and taste. Princess Yongmu was happy. Make some fresh eggplant and dried eggplant. Let me see. Me too. We're thinking of the same thing. After eating, I'll rest for a while and give the 2 death row prisoners who came over today an intervention practice. Li Yi didn't even think about it and directly cooperated. Princess Yongmu was trying hard to think about how to cooperate. She bit her lip. Li Lang, there aren't many death row prisoners, right? I'll dress a little prettier, and then someone will come to me and want to take advantage of me. Is it a death row prisoner? Li Yi. This was definitely a fishing operation. Princess Yongmu dressed up beautifully and didn't reveal her identity. When the rich foreigners saw her, they would think that she was pretty and wanted to contact her. When they spoke, if they were even the slightest bit impolite, they could become death row prisoners. Wen Tian, I'm not going to use a woman's beauty to achieve my goal. However, don't you think that if someone offends His Majesty when he's wearing such tacky clothes, his entire clan will be executed? Li Yi refused to let the other half of his life do such a dirty thing. But the emperor was different, wasn't he? The clothes he wore were more rustic. It would be best if he wore a large cotton padded jacket that exposed cotton. Li Longji, who was eating together with them. Chapter 1350. Before noon, the wind started to blow. What was blown by the wind was snow that looked like it was dancing horizontally. The people ran back to their homes or hid behind the nearest wall, afraid that they would be blown down. The people who were rushing to Tang and from other counties to buy their last New Year's goods became anxious. The animals pulling the sleds were also uneasy. They were driven to the civilian station in front. In the political affairs hall, Sui issued orders while writing memorials. The winged knights, except for those who must guard important positions, have everyone else run out to catch rabbits. The 30,000 recruits are not around, so only the 16 guards can be mobilized. Don't wait for Li Yi to make a sound and make it seem like we don't know the situation is urgent. Sui finished writing a memorial to Li Longji and muttered. He used to work in Chang'an. Before he became prime minister, he worked under Yao Chong. Yao Chong was the head of the secretariat, and Sui was the assistant minister of the secretariat. He knew that before the winged knights came out, the 16 guards would not be mobilized when the people were affected by the disaster. One reason was that Li Longji was worried about the Xuanwu Gate incident. He was afraid that someone would rebel. The other reason was that the 16 guards were not willing to work. Many of them had officials in their families. When the winged knights increased in number, their fighting power was there and their benefits were good. The members of the 16th Guard trained diligently in order to gain more benefits and avoid being eliminated. At that time, the situation was special. The imperial court did not have much revenue. His Majesty raised a private army. If there was not enough money, the useless people could be laid off. Quickly boil the soup. Thermos, who's in charge of the thermos? Get ready to come out. Songda ran back and forth, his body emitting hot steam. Li Yi did not say anything when it came to this kind of thing. Songda was in charge. He had the power to mobilize Zhuangzi's forces. Right now, he had to send out the captives from the southwest to take the thermos. He used the fastest speed to patrol the roads in the capital office. Although the sheds were not far apart, the wind and snow were enough to exhaust a person's strength on a 5-mile road. Should he go to the center and continue forward against the wind? Or go back with the wind? If he walked against the wind, he wouldn't be able to move at all. If he turned back with the wind, he couldn't see anything other than the dancing snow in front of him. If someone fell down, they would never get up again. The most frightening thing was that the horse pulling the carriage fell down. Once the horse fell down, the psychological pressure on the person riding the sleigh was too great. The prisoners were to go out with lamps and thermos flasks, 50 to a team, and the sledges, which used to be 2 horses, were replaced by 4. "There won't be a drought after this snow," Li Longji said to Princess Yongmu as he stood by the window and looked at the flying snow outside. Princess Yongmu raised her head and looked at her father. "There are still many people's houses that were crushed, right? The capital office is not the only one in the north. The surrounding prefectures have all been prepared." When Li Yi was building the capital office, he spurred the economic development of the surrounding areas. From the capital office to the northwest, the common people. Alas, the Hedong Road isn't a big problem, but the Kaitanshi tribe in Bohaisi, if the snow continues for a day or two, the losses will increase. Li Longji had almost memorized the map, which was specially drawn by Li Yi. As he spoke, he turned to look at his eldest daughter and reached out to rub her head. "Do you feel wronged when you're with Li Yi?" Wronged? Not at all. In the past, I didn't know that life could be so fun. Princess Yongmu's eyes were filled with anticipation for the future, and 2 dimples appeared on her cheeks as she smiled. In the past, she wouldn't think about what her future man would be like. As a princess, she understood that the person she could marry depended on who her father wanted her to marry. Whichever minister's child was important, she would marry him. It was the same now. It wasn't the minister's child, but a person who had lost all her relatives. This was important, but this was interesting. When they met, he was like this, different from how she usually understood him. The key was that he was still like this. As soon as he spoke to her, he changed. Li Longji clasped his hands behind his back and looked outside. "There are many things that can't be explained clearly. Marrying you to Li Yi was something I had no choice but to do." He was being unreasonable and thought that his daughter should be free to fall in love. Wasn't this strong? "If I choose myself, I will also choose Li Lang. He is the most talented and treats me well. He can earn a lot of money and can't spend it all." Princess Yongmu was open-minded. If she were to choose herself, what would she choose? Talented, rich, good-looking, about the same age as her, good to her, and even her father had to listen to his words. Ha ha ha! Princess Yongmu laughed as she thought about it. Li Yi, who was used as a topic of conversation by the father and daughter, was making eggplant boxes. He was in a good mood and knew that the heavy snow would affect the common people, and some might even die. But this heavy snow was too important. Guanzhong was still in a drought. According to history, Li Longji was in Luoyang at this time and had not returned. This heavy snow could increase the groundwater. According to history, Li Longji would return to Chang, and before the end of the year next year. Then Wang Wei, who was wandering alone with a group of maids and guards, would also come back. Wang Wei's maids and guards were in the Li family Zhuangzi, accompanying Wang Wei and Meng Haoren to sing and dance. Li Yi could not dance while cooking, so he hummed as he cooked. "How big is the world? Let it be. The most beautiful flower in the grassland, the fiery red sarioling. When I dream of it, the world is filled with the fragrance of flowers." After humming a few times, the chefs around him also hummed. Wandering people, if you have her in your heart, you will look back even if you are thousands of miles away. The eggplant boxes made of 2 kinds of eggplants were fried. Li Yi tidied them one by one. It was best to eat it while it was hot. It could not be kept in a pocket. He carried it to the private room. It was almost time to eat. As a result, his humming became popular, and everyone began to sing. Li Yi listened to others sing, smiled slightly, and shook his head. Every few years, something that's popular comes back again. Everything is the same except for technology. Li Yi sighed and put down the things. He was thinking about the 70s and 80s. At that time, people liked to ride motorcycles and race, and many people died. Then, after more than 30 years, people began to race and ride motorcycles again. People used to ride roller coasters indoors with lights. Later, they disappeared. Then, 20 years later, they became popular again. The same was true for the genre of songs. They all repeated the past. When the older generation saw the new generation playing the same things, they felt a sense of nostalgia. There were also sighs of what they once had and lost. Then it would turn into a knowing smile with sweetness and vicissitudes. Li Yi had seen this before coming to the Tang dynasty. Young lovers brought their parents to the roller skating rink to play. The boy and girl tried their best to show off their skills. Originally, the parents of both sides did not think much of this pair. However, because of this occasion, after seeing each other, they approved of them. Then they put on roller skates and showed off all kinds of skills. The young lovers looked at their parents and the other party's parents in a relaxed and confident manner. They hugged each other awkwardly. Chapter 1351. When those who were qualified to enter the single room were seated, the southwestern barbarian captives outside set off in groups. They already knew that points did not matter. Li Dongzhu cared most about whether they were loyal or not. All the family members they could find had arrived. Those who had not arrived were taken away by others. While they were waiting, they worked even harder. Li Longji put down his plate and asked Li Yi after hearing Songda's report, "Brother Yi, can these southwestern barbarian captives be trusted?" An official was demoted to Lingnan, where Juling's family was. When he was about to return to the capital, another good friend saw him and his courtesan. So he wrote a poem. "I often envy the man who cuts jade in the human world. The heavens answer my prayers and desert." Lingnan should not answer well, but said, "Where my heart is at peace is my hometown." Li Yi brought up Su Shi's Settling the Storm. The key was the last sentence, "Where my heart is at peace is my hometown." Li Yi used to think that the Tang dynasty could not accept poetry and music. In the end, he realized that the literati of the Tang dynasty could accept anything. When he thought about Li Bai's poems were not all close to the body. He also had long and short sentences. This was the same as the people of his time. They listened to songs and read poems. Whether they were good or not, they did not care about fixed rhythms and patterns. People's appreciation of beauty had similarities, including the jasmine melody used in Western operas. Returning from 10,000 miles, the less beautiful the smile. When smiling, there is the fragrance of the mountain plum. Li Lang, so beautiful. Princess Yongmu was mesmerized. "Yes, I copied this poem. That person is really good." Li Yi admitted that he could not compare to Su Shi in literature, even though he had worked hard to learn. He could only imitate everyone's style, but he could not be engrossed. It was not that he could not write something engrossed, but once he wrote it, it would reveal his inner thoughts. He was not willing to reveal his inner thoughts to others. So, even though he started learning literature from a young age, he could never reach the peak. He was not confident enough. Whether it was medicine, literature, music, food, business, etc., he was always in a state of fear. He wanted to achieve the highest status, but he could not, so he felt inferior. "Li Lang, you always say you will copy. What if you don't copy? I believe you." Princess Yongmu was not willing to hear Li Yi say that he copied every time he wrote a good poem. Why was he always so modest? Li Yi raised his wine glass, tilted his head back, and down the 62% wine. He looked at Princess Yongmu and said, It doesn't matter if I copy or not. If I have the ability to copy, then I have the ability to write it myself. Li Yi decided to change himself. He had also received the education that the poets in history had received. Furthermore, the amount of information in his space-time was enormous. Besides, he could check at any time. He had the system. The system was pretty good. Did it eat? The system was speechless. Princess Yongmu happily picked up the eggplant box she had ordered herself. She felt like she was living in a dream after meeting Li Yi. No, she didn't even dare to dream. Brother Yi's management of the border people is really good. Li Longji did not care about relationships, but he was most annoyed by the governance of the other tribes. Today they surrendered. Tomorrow they would rebel. If they did not use it, the border would be weak. If they used it, the border would be unstable. What the people want is only stability. Like the rule of a pack of wolves, the strongest is the king. Li Yi had done his research on this. Most of the people would follow whoever was strong. However, there were still some who were not. This was called backbone. The most beautiful people were actually the ones who went against the flow. When the motherland was in a poor and backward stage, they tried their best to return. When the motherland developed, the people who looked down on the motherland would be treated differently when they returned. It was only in terms of business and money. Li Yi would not blame them, but his attitude was definitely different, especially now. As Li Yi spoke, he picked up a laba garlic for Princess Yongmu. It had already been pickled. Laba garlic could be pickled at any time. It was vinegar and garlic. Why was it good in the 12th lunar month? That was referring to the north. The temperature in the north was low. Using vinegar to pickle laba garlic in a low-temperature environment would cause little bacteria and was harmful. Princess Yongmu turned to look at Xiaolan and then at Li Yi. Li Yi picked up another clove of garlic and placed it on Xiaolan's plate. When Xiaolan saw the garlic, she lowered her head and a drop of tears fell into her bowl. She quickly picked it up with her chopsticks and ate it. She was already very satisfied to be able to sit in this single room and eat. Don't eat too much. After eating, let's go sweep the snow. The main thing is to build a snowman. Li Yi told Princess Yongmu that there would be an activity later. He had already asked someone to prepare carrots, bamboo brooms, and other things. In his memory, when he was young, snowmen were always built in the north. Later on, for the sake of living, or rather survival, parents no longer had the time to take their children to build snowmen. Not many people in the Tang dynasty were willing to build snowmen. It was meaningless. Li Yi wanted to build snowmen for the children to see. The children who should have gone home were now living in the Li family, Zhuangzi. They were the children Princess Yongmu wanted to teach. The parents were relieved and sent the children over even after she left. Li Lang, can the soldiers at the border eat eggplant boxes now? Princess Yongmu suddenly thought of the soldiers of the Tang dynasty in Tubo. No, they definitely can't eat it. It's too late this year. Even if you want to give something, you have to give it to them the most. Li Yi waved his hand. He knew the situation there. It was fine as long as the soldiers could maintain a balanced nutrition. Protein, vitamins, and fats were just 3 things. Vitamins were the dried products of many vegetables, such as chopped green onions, dried radish strips, and so on. In fact, they could make eggplant boxes. Dried eggplant slices were also sent. There was no shortage of meat. What they lacked was oil. Not to mention the current Tang dynasty, even in Li Yi's time, some places still mainly relied on oil. Don't believe what you're looking at. They're all using this to make money. It's not a real local life. The spicy cabbage series mentioned by Li Dongzhu is really delicious. It was still dark at the border. Zhang Xiaosong woke up early and had breakfast. It was deep-fried pancakes and wild vegetable soup made by the pressure cooker. The side dishes were naturally spicy cabbage with chili oil and chili powder. Spicy cabbage was actually fermented vegetables. The ones that were not fermented were called mixed vegetables. This new year, Canned fruits and vegetables will be sent here one after another. We will plant the canned fruits and vegetables in the greenhouse. Guo Zhiyun was a little homesick. His family did not come over. They were here to work and carry out their mission. They had to consider all aspects of the situation. They could not push away the people of the Tubo tribe who had finally submitted to them. What's it like here in spring? Qin Li was naturally homesick like others. He changed the topic and wanted to temporarily forget about his family. It snows in spring. Then there are few warm times in a year. We can't plant the rice of the Tang dynasty. Although it was Qin Li's first year here, he was already very familiar with the situation here. What should we plant in spring? Wang Juankui, a general, was actually thinking about agriculture. He knew the situation and was anxious. Chapter 1352. Highland Barley. Qin Li and Zhang Shaosong said at the same time, "Didn't Li give us a few crops that can be planted?" Wang Juankui was concerned about the valuable crops. Highland barley is best eaten by people and horses. As for the other crops, we'll consider them after we plant them. Qin Li had already been instructed by Li Yi before he came. Other crops were inferior to highland barley, which was the main food crop of the plateau. Other crops, such as soybeans, were considered supplements. It's almost the new year. Let's plant the snow lotuses. Zhang Shaosong reminded them. There were still many snow lotuses locally. However, he knew that the Tang dynasty needed more. They planted them artificially and then transplanted them outside, including other medicinal herbs. They planted everything that could be planted. Li Yi, it's best if you can always maintain a profitable business. Otherwise, the soldiers will feel uneasy. Zhang Zhongliang was very clear about the amount of food that was consumed every day. A few years ago, it was unimaginable. The army was stationed in Tubo and baggage was endless. Rather than saying that the current situation was a result of fighting, it was better to say that it was a result of throwing money. Money was used to make hot air balloons, explosives, skyscraping monkeys, and kerosene. Then, money was used to buy all kinds of things and hire people to deliver them. The better the food the soldiers ate, the greater the pressure they felt. They were worried that the imperial court would run out of money one day. There's no need to worry about money. Qin Li did not think about money. The Li family Zhuangzi's money could easily supply the border. Then he said, the most important thing now is to lead the new tribes well. Try to teach them as much as possible to speak the Tang dynasty language and make them recognize the Tang dynasty. The New Year is a good time. In the past, Tubo did not celebrate the same New Year as the Tang dynasty. From this year onwards, all the local festivals of the Tang dynasty will be celebrated. Zhang Shaosong came up with an idea to educate the people, starting from the traditional aspects. Reporting the Secretariat of the Central Secretariat, a voice came from outside the room. "Come in," Guo Zhiyun said. The Secretariat's official document was sent in. First, he looked at the lacquer seal, cut it open, and took out the document. He said to let the people who have just submitted to us weave wool products and collect animal dung for fertilizer. They're not allowed to burn it, and they are also allowed to capture wild donkeys. Guo Zhiyun read through it and shared it with the others. Everyone took a look and saw that the work was done. There was no need to collect ice anymore. Before the Chinese New Year, other supplies were sent over. Radishes, pickled cabbage, and kimchi. Zhang Shaosong smacked his lips after reading it. He loved to eat the pickled vegetables from Sichuan, and the big radish was suitable to be stewed in the pressure cooker. Big radishes do consume a lot of energy. Wang Juankui was also craving the radishes. He put in 2 pieces of meat and stewed the radish. When he took a sip of the stewed soup, he felt like he was floating. Just as he finished speaking, the smell of stewed radish wafted out. It's almost noon. There are radishes to eat again. Good. Zhang Zhongliang sniffed, as if he was waiting for the radishes to stew. In the past, when he was at the provincial governor's place, he didn't like to eat big radishes. He would only eat them when he had no other choice. The main reason was that he found radishes bitter. Later, he found out that the skin of the big radish was removed first, and then it wouldn't be bitter when stewed. Moreover, the radish skin was even more delicious when soaked in vinegar. The radishes were indeed being stewed outside. Some of them were already stewed, and they were first put into a big bucket to keep them warm. They would be eaten in turns when it was time to eat. There was yak meat stew, mutton stew, wolf meat, venison, antelope meat. No matter which type, there was more meat, more water, and less radishes. The radishes were not big pieces. After they were cut into small pieces and stewed in the pressure cooker, they were basically broken. Even so, the people who submitted to the government loved to eat them. In the past, they couldn't eat radishes or plant them. They didn't have the skills. They couldn't stew radishes either. The pressure was too low, and the temperature of the water was not enough. In fact, they loved to eat anything stewed. The stewing method was simply too magical. In the past, they mostly roasted or ate raw meat. If they wanted to cook it, it would take a long time. Smelling the fragrance, the children drooled, but they didn't dare to ask for it. They had to wait until it was time to eat. The pressure cooker was reloaded and placed on the fire again. Today's main dish for lunch was not samba, but sesame seed cakes. They used a samba pit, or the kind of stove used to roast sweet potatoes. When roasted, it was just right to stew radish soup. With small, salted vegetables, the days would be beautiful. The salted vegetables that many people loved to eat were fermented bean curd. They were packed in sealed jars and brought over. Half a piece of fermented bean curd was enough for a meal. They couldn't bear to eat more. After stewing for a few times, it was noon when everyone started to eat. The various camps began to distribute salted goose eggs. They were salted, very, very salty. They were yellow and didn't drip oil at all. They were solidified and smelled a little stinky. These were stinky salted eggs. They also wanted salted, stinky eggs. An egg could last for a few days if eaten sparingly. They were all bought and sent over from the imperial government. The people of the imperial government didn't like to eat goose eggs because they smelled fishy. After being pickled, it smelled more fishy than duck eggs and eggs. It was just right that the border needed it. The people sold it to the imperial government. The price was about the same as duck eggs. It could be considered as supporting the border. Li Yi gave the pickling method. First, pickle it. When it was about time, take it out and cook it, then throw it into salt water to soak. This way, it could be preserved for a long time. As for whether it was healthy or not, it wasn't time to consider such a profound question. Each and every one of the salted goose eggs had a hole in the big head. The small head didn't. After knocking it, it was slowly dug out from the big head to eat. In fact, it was just poking it with chopsticks and licking it in the mouth to taste it. The people were curious. Why were all the salted goose eggs with holes in the big head? How is this done? Not only were the original Tubo tribesmen puzzled, Wang Ju and Kuei was also surprised. Each of them took one, and their positions didn't change. Even Zhang Shaosong, who had a grand scholar background, was puzzled. He looked at Qin Li. Qin Li smiled. It's placed. The side that faces up is empty. A hole is made on the ground or a wooden board. The small head of the goose egg is stuck in the hole. After a few days, it will be empty. It's that simple. Zhongyang thought it would be more difficult. Therefore, during artificial incubation, the eggs have to be flipped. Otherwise, the survival rate will be low. Qin Li drank a mouthful of radish soup as he spoke. He let out a long breath and felt comfortable. Li Yi's knowledge. Sigh. Zhang Shaosong looked regretful. He wanted to see Li Yi take the imperial examination. Li Yi only needed to take the county examination. A group of people asked, and their expectations were very high. If he took the county examination, how would he get first place? It would be curious. Unfortunately, Li Yi was full of talent, but he couldn't take the exam. Li Yi, who had helped countless people, was choosing pigs after eating. He was going to kill a few tomorrow. After choosing, he washed them clean and sent them to the operating table at night for interventional surgery training. He would first anesthetize them. He inserted a wire into the blood vessels, then found the position, propped up a balloon, and dilated the blood vessels. The little girl had this problem. She would be fine after a little dilation. It was the simplest case of her disease. Li mainly trained as a nurse, a female nurse. Then he would let the female nurse perform a fallopian tube angiography on Lan Bao's sister-in-law and noble consort Lu to see if this was the reason for infertility. If that was the case, it would be easy to do. He would analyze part of it, reduce inflammation, and dredge it. Li didn't plan to operate on the operating table himself. He was responsible for watching the images. He didn't do it himself when dredging the blood vessels. He would avoid suspicion as long as he could. The pigs would contribute first, then the condemned prisoners. After he was proficient, he would operate on the eldest disciple. His disciple was talented. It would be a pity if he died. Chapter 1353. The pig was tied up, and Li led the nurses to bathe it carefully. Not only did they bathe it, but they also helped to wash the intestines to prevent the pig from losing control during anesthesia. The anesthesiologist is a very important position. If you're not careful, the patient will die, even if the patient knows during the operation. It's not allowed unless the patient wakes up voluntarily. Otherwise, it's considered a medical accident. Li washed the pig as he lectured. The anesthesiologist had a great responsibility. He used to have a classmate whose nose was crooked and needed to be corrected under anesthesia. As a result, he heard the conversation and the sound of his nose bones cracking. Then, blood poured into his throat. He couldn't breathe and began to struggle. When he felt that he was about to suffocate, the fluid was removed. After a long time, his classmate told him that it was too long to hold the anesthesiologist accountable. His classmate said that it was because he didn't give a red packet because the other person in the same ward didn't know about the entire operation. However, he felt that the possibility was not high. If he didn't give a red packet, the anesthesiologist wouldn't dare let the patient know during the operation. One reason was that the anesthesiologist was inexperienced, and the other reason was that the anesthesiologist was careless. Because his classmate drank a lot, every time he drank too much, he would try his best to stay sober. It was possible that he developed an anti-anesthesia constitution. If the anesthesiologist was more serious, he would know. The nurses listened carefully. At first, the pig was still crying and struggling. It was unknown whether it was listening to Li's lecture or because it was comfortable being washed, but it made a happy hum. Killing the pig in this state, theoretically speaking, there's less poison. Killing the pig in extreme fear, there's more poison. Li patted the pig. The pig hummed twice, as if agreeing with Li's words. It was still snowing. Other than the people sent out by the 16 guards, the rest of the people took turns sweeping the snow. For the time being, there was no way to do anything, so they brought tools to help, especially in the various workshops. They couldn't wait for the snow to stop. It seemed that it would snow for a long time. If the snow stopped, they would sweep again. Too much snow would accumulate, and it would be more tiring. Is anyone there? Is anyone in front? On the road from Tang and to Duku, the people of the 16 guards drove the sleigh and shouted. Duku was not a county. Its administrative unit was a town. It was close to Chang, and so it could actually be a county now. There were more people. When people from other places came to the capital office and saw that there was no place to stay, they ran to the big towns. The wind direction was northwest. Duku was south of Chang, and if one walked on the road, the wind would be slanted. The people of the 16th Guards felt the wind blowing from the right. If they walked from Duku to Chang, and the wind would blow from the left. They couldn't open their eyes at all. Ma Hui squinted his eyes and was blown to the side from time to time. When people walked, they would lower their heads and use their heads against the wind. The visibility was 1 meter. In this situation, the snow that was seen was not white at all, but black. This was the visual effect. Is anyone there? The 16 guards shouted again. Yes. Help. A muffled voice responded. He didn't need to think to know what was going on. That person had probably heard the commotion and then turned his back to the snow. He squatted down, lowered his head, and covered his face as he shouted. "How many people?" the leader of the 16 guards shouted back. "Don't worry about them for now. Let's go over quickly. We'll know when we get there." The person beside him was anxious. "6. The horse can't take it anymore. I told him to drive 2 horses, but he only drove 1. The muffled voice came again. The people of the 16th guards followed the voice. Under the light of the diesel lamp, they saw a horse lying on the ground. There were 7 other people squatting beside the sleds, using the sleds and the things on them to block the wind. "Team 3, take them away. Put the horses on the empty sleds and pull them back. The other teams, follow me and continue forward." The leader shouted, and the teams split up. 4 people came over and tied the horses' front hooves together and their back hooves together. They put a pole through it and lifted it onto the empty sleds. The 7 trapped people quickly scattered to the other 3 sleds. Another 2 horses were harnessed to the previous sleds. Team 3 turned back to Chang'an. The leader counted the people again. "Aren't there 7 people?" "Yes, 7. And him, the coachman." The person who answered before reacted. Then he said angrily, "Li Dongzhu said he would drive 2 horses. He only harnessed 1 horse. It's dead. Pay for it." The coachman, who was accused, buried his head between his legs and started sobbing. The horse was rented to Li family Zhuangzi. It didn't matter if it died, but it broke the rules and died of exhaustion. Pay for it. Let's go back first. The leader didn't have time to care who was right or wrong. He was responsible for bringing the people back alive. He knew some people were unlucky. The person who rented the horse and the people in charge of all the sheds from Duku to Chang and were in trouble. The people in the sheds had to supervise the 2-horse journey, but they didn't stop them. The person who rented the horse must have seen that it was the end of the year and wanted to take more work. The 2-horse sleds became 2 single-horse sleds, but the weight was carried by 2 horses. The person who rented the horse used his own experience to operate it, but one of the horses died. He looked back to see how Li Dongzhu would deal with it. The leader shook his head. He felt sorry for the person who rented the horse and the people in the sheds. He knew Li well. Li never showed mercy to those who broke the rules. If he let you go today because you cried, more people would cry tomorrow. If his 16 guards didn't move, the 7 people would probably die. It was snowing so hard that they couldn't see clearly. Look at the ground. The ground was covered with snow. When the 7 people were sent to the place where the Li family Zhuangzi lived in the south of Chang, and the leader of Team 3 immediately rode back to Zhuangzi. Li had just washed all the pigs when the leader reported, "Li Dongzhu, on the way from Chang and to Duku, pay." The people in charge of all the sheds and their subordinates, plus the tenants, pay for the horse. At the same time, the people in charge will be punished. They didn't fulfill their duty of supervision and put the people in a dangerous situation. Just as the leader of Team 3 thought, Li calmly explained the solution, especially the people in the sheds. "I asked you to supervise them, but you turned a blind eye. Then I'll punish you hard. I'll punish you so hard that it'll be unforgettable. In the future, you'll know what to do." He also showed the other monkeys that he didn't make any exceptions. Many times, the destruction of systems and policies was caused by the law enforcers. They had to guard against mistakes. After that, Li asked people to carry the pigs to a clean house. They didn't give them water, let alone food. After a long time, the intestines were cleaned. If they were killed like this, it would be easier to clean up the intestines. Li Longji, who was watching the pigs being washed, didn't seem to have heard the conversation just now. He looked natural. After Li left with the pigs, he pursed his lips and said to Princess Yongmu, who looked at the pigs as a lot of braised meat, "In the future, you should also rule the family like this. Is it to punish people who make mistakes?" Princess Yongmu also didn't pity those people. She was angry. It's to punish people who make mistakes on their own initiative. Forgive people who make mistakes accidentally. The Qin dynasty lost its deer because the laws were too harsh, although the essence was that the lives of the people were difficult. Li Longji didn't want his daughter to have a bad reputation. Some mistakes were accidental. Why should they be punished? Chapter 1354. When Li Longji said this, he suddenly thought of his Empress Yurong. The Empress's palace seemed to be very good. When the palace maids and eunuchs made small mistakes, the Empress would never punish them. However, when the Empress had a child, there would be no concubine or Jeyu in the entire harem who would not be afraid of her. She only treated the people below her a little better, but not the others. Thinking like this, Li Longji said to Princess Yongmu, "In the future, you should learn more from your Empress mother so that you can help Xiao Yi manage Zhuangzi." And Princess Yongmu agreed on the surface, but in her heart, she did not want to participate in the management of Zhuangzi. She found that the development of the Li family Zhuangzi did not need her. The stewards took care of things very well, and there were no signs of bullying. Not long after, Li Yi returned from delivering the pigs. Princess Yongmu waved her hand and called Li Yi to her side. "Li Lang, in the future, do I have to manage Zhuangzi like Empress Wang?" Li Yi looked at Li Longji, but Li Longji turned his head away with his hands behind his back, as if he did not want to know. Li Yi pulled Princess Yongmu's hand. Let's go over there and talk." "Brother Yi, I want to know how you manage your family." Li Longji could only turn his head again. He. Princess Yongmu laughed foolishly. "In this matter, first of all, you need to establish your prestige. You cannot care for everyone all day long. If you care too much, you will lose your prestige. You also cannot be too cold to your own people. If you are too cold, you will lose your feelings, and it will be difficult to protect them for a long time." Li Yi began to talk about the way to use people. He believed that Li Longji would understand better. If you are too casual with your subordinates, they will not respect you. If you are too harsh on your subordinates, they will be resentful. In work, you need to put on airs and give your subordinates a little warmth in private. In fact, the most important thing is the benefits, including salary. Controlling humans was the easiest because they could communicate with each other. It was more convenient than commanding animals. Controlling people was the most exhausting because they had too many thoughts. It was more annoying than commanding animals to work. The most commonly used method is to form factions below. It's best if there are 3 factions. Let them compete with each other, and you'll be the judge. There were only 2 kinds of reasons to put someone in an important position. One was to nurture a successor, and the other was to throw the person away after using them. The simplest example was Yao Chong. His Majesty put Yao Chong in an important position and even dealt with Wei Zhigu for Yao Chong. Lu Huaishan always listens to Yao Chong. How could His Majesty not know that? Therefore, when Yao Chong stepped down, it was impossible for His Majesty to give his position to Yao Chong. Yao Chong's ambition is too great, unlike me. I wouldn't even want to be the emperor if you gave me that title. I want power for the people, not for my own good. Is that right, third brother? Li Yi touched a sore spot. If it was someone else, they definitely wouldn't dare to speak like this. Princess Yongmu looked at her father in surprise. Really? You're plotting against Yao Chong? I think that's what His Majesty is thinking, including Zhang Shua's dismissal. Li Longji admitted. Yes, what about it? Oh, Princess Yongmu accepted, but she still couldn't get over it. When Tian, you've been living a good life for too long. You've forgotten the time when you couldn't eat meat. When I figure out a way to straighten out the development of the Tang dynasty, these captives will all become ordinary citizens of the Tang dynasty. Just have the winged knights at home to help guard it. Tell His Majesty to rest assured. If there's any danger, we can ask the winged knights for help. Li Yi expressed that he didn't want so much military power. In the end, the captives were all citizens. Li Longji looked at Li Yi with that kind of expression, which meant, I care about military power? Don't you know that you, Princess Yongmu said, that's right, Li Lang. In the future, if we're in danger, we won't summon heavy machine guns. You won't fly with me. Let's go find His Majesty. Li Longji was satisfied. His daughter said what he wanted to say. You, Li Yi, are good at power? You're an advanced weapon. If you want to be the emperor, can I stop you? Let's go to the Zhang family's village and take a look? Li Yi couldn't practice today. He wanted to rest first and adjust his state. He hadn't been to the Zhang family's village for a long time. He wanted to take a stroll. Okay, Li Longji agreed. He knew that the people were suffering because of the heavy snow. He had done what needed to be done. The rest was up to fate. It was better to change his mood and go see the people who were living a good life. Guizi was called over, carrying an assault rifle. Li Yi put 2 pistols on his waist and put his hands on the handles. The other wing knights rushed out, first with guns and crossbows to occupy the commanding position. Li Qingqi wanted to join in the fun, but Li Dan insisted on following. The women stayed. Empress Wang and Lu Jiyu were pregnant. Wu Jiyu had to take care of the children. Even if Bao couldn't become the emperor, she would still be a mother because of her son. When the child grew up, she would have a concubine or something. They couldn't compete with Empress Wang for power, but they could improve their enjoyment. The Tang dynasty was rich. Therefore, when they went to the Zhang family's village, Wu Ju said to Lu Ju, the people in the palace should thank Li Yi. Why? Lu Ju knew that she should thank him. She had become a mother-in-law. Her status in the palace was not as high as Empress Wang's, but she was a mother because of her daughter. Where could she find a son-in-law who treated her daughter so well? If another man had this ability, he would definitely find many women outside. Once there were too many women, her daughter would be sad, just like Her Majesty. In the past, there were no glass mirrors. Bronze mirrors can be ground into glass mirrors. It's not easy to grind big glass mirrors with bronze and mercury. Wu Jiyu gave an example. She had a lot of things, but they were all taken from the Li family Zhuangzi. She had never paid for them. Ah! Lu Jiyu reacted. Sister, there are still many things in Yuan Yuan's fragrant orchid pavilion. Let's go take a look someday. She didn't lack anything. She was Princess Yongmu's mother. Li Yi promised to give them to her. In fact, Li Yi didn't even need to be there. Songda had arranged everything. He had a list of what should be given to whom. He was in charge of things above the 5th rank, both inside and outside the palace. Other stewards would take care of things below the 5th rank. As long as the eunuchs and palace maids in the palace and officials outside the palace didn't have negative IQ and EQ, they wouldn't think that the Li family Zhuangzi was afraid of them and gave them things. Even their family members took the initiative to go to the Li family Zhuangzi to collect things. The Li family Zhuangzi rarely delivered things. It was embarrassing for an official's wife to collect things. If all the officials' wives came to collect things, they could even chat for a while. Thank you, sister. Wu Jiyu was happy. She still had things that she didn't have, but she was too embarrassed to ask for them unless she asked His Majesty. Xiao Yi still has to give a lot of things to the officials during the new year. I only hope that the officials will have no worries at home and work harder for the Tang dynasty. Lu Jiyu began to feel sorry for her son-in-law. She had to give things to him during festivals, including every month. No one dares to complain about such a punishment for making mistakes. Wu Jiyu showed a cold side. It was probably in her genes. On the other side, Li Yi and the others crossed the bridge. Many people from the Zhang family village were waiting at the bridge. When they saw a large number of winged knights enter the village, they knew that someone was coming. They changed into new clothes, shoes, and hats as fast as they could to welcome them. Dongzhu! Dongzhu is here! Dongzhu, we made a lot of money this year. Dongzhu, my family! Everyone shouted when they were walking on the bridge. When they crossed the bridge, they immediately surrounded them. You handed the account books to me. Naturally, I have to do my best. Li Yi glanced at them. He had seen all of them before, so he was relieved. Chapter 1355. Li family Zhuangzi's new clothes were all military overcoats. Adults and children all wore this. Military overcoats were not sold to outsiders, but people donated a lot of money. On average, each person donated 200 taels to support the border. If a family had 6 people, they would donate 1,200 taels or 2 million taels. They had no choice. The village was rich. Every family had a big yard, paved with bluestone and filled with yellow sand. They hired people to raise poultry and livestock, and hired people to look after the greenhouses. They were engaged in tourism and the tertiary industry. The rich families in Tang and were willing to play in the village, especially their children. The development of their industry was always managed by Li Yi. As long as they did not bring outsiders, they could enter Li family Zhuangzi. The villagers had not seen Li Yi for a long time, and they missed him. Li Yi and the others were escorted into the village. It was still snowing. There was only a thin layer of snow on the road in the village. There were tools to clean the snow on the side, but no one was seen. The villagers' shoes and trousers were not covered by their military overcoats. They had not cleaned the snow yet. "Did you hire someone to sweep the snow?" Li Yi asked casually. "Yes, we hired someone. We study at home or go to the greenhouses to take a look. If there are tourists, we will take care of them," the village chief, Zhang Shao, answered. The villagers did not do the work that was too tiring. They hired someone to do it. In the past, they could not accept this. They always felt that it was better to do it themselves than to give money to others. When there was too much work, they could either do it themselves and earn less money, or hire someone to do it and increase their income. Therefore, they made up their minds to find someone and give some money to others. When they had more time, they would study. They would read newspapers and borrow books from Li family Zhuangzi to read. Only when tourists came over would the villagers take care of them. They were afraid that others would not do their best. For example, if the tourists were in a bad mood, they would not come in the future. Also, if the tourists' children were not taken care of properly, who would be assured to leave their children in the village? Taking care of a child for half a month would earn more than what they earned in a year. Moreover, not one person would take care of one child. Sometimes more than 10 children would live in one family. "What are you studying?" Li Longji had never inquired about the specific situation in Zhang's village. "Now he's studying child psychology," a villager answered. "Yes, learn it so that it's easier to take care of the child. Wen Tian will read it when she has time. It's quite interesting." Li Yi copied the book himself. "I'm learning." Princess Yongmu revealed 2 dimples. Her long eyelashes fluttered a few times before she narrowed her eyes. "That's more like a commoner." Li Dan clasped her hands behind her back and looked at the layout of the village. She was in a good mood. He hoped that all the people of the Tang dynasty would do the same, and he believed that he would be able to see that day. His ambition was very grand. At least, Li Yi did not dare to say this because Li Yi had not reached that level at that time. "Dongzhu, I'm learning to write poems." A 24 or 25-year-old young man excitedly said to Li Yi, "Poem." Li Yi paused. He did not know how to evaluate the other party's behavior. What he knew was that this person was illiterate in the past. He was poor and had no money to study. Now that he wants to write a poem, should I encourage him? "Do you have any poems?" Li Yi decided to bear with it. "Yes, I'm writing about ducks." The other party nodded confidently. "1 duck is not warm enough. 2 ducks together to keep out the cold." For some reason, Li Yi thought of these 2 sentences. They left a deep impression on him. The young man blushed. "I can't write such a good sentence." "Li, tell me." Li Qingqi was eager to see the world in chaos. "Okay, the ducklings don't hatch for long. They shake the soles of their feet and follow the mother duck to swim into the river. One day, The ducklings grow up, and the mother duck enters the soup pot. Nest after nest, some die and some live. The young man lowered his head and recited the poem he wrote with a trembling voice. The people around him frowned. This is called a poem? Is it shit? Okay, it rhymes, and it can touch people's hearts. It's much better than some bullshit that doesn't rhyme at all. In other words, it's old die, new life live. Everything competes with the heavens. But if you love the things around you, don't lament the passage of time. As Li Yi spoke, he raised his arm slightly. Princess Yongmu reached out to hold his arm as if their hearts were connected. Li Yi really didn't know how to criticize the other party's writing, but the meaning was good, and the other party was trying hard to rhyme the poem. It was hard to say. Looking at the lyrics and songs, most of them were not 7 or 5 characters. In the middle, there were 4 or 6 parallel lines and 2 or 3 short sentences. It was just that this was more like a modern poem. The difference was in the use of words. The other party used to be illiterate and worked hard to reach new heights. He should be supported. The other party was in his 20s and had been writing for a long time. 10 years later, the situation would be different. The young man was encouraged, but he took off his hat and scratched his head. Dongzhu, what do you mean by that? If I love someone I love, I will have no regrets. Peach Blossom 1 said from behind. After saying that, he stuck out his tongue and quickly lowered his head. Lyrics? The young man found it familiar. Then he remembered that Dongzhu had spread it. Yes, true love is as vast as the grassland. Let's continue walking. Li Yi snorted. At the same time, he made a gesture with the hand that was not held. Everyone walked forward. The palace maids and eunuchs behind them hummed softly. Layers of wind and rain can't stop us. There will always be a time when the clouds part and the sun shines brightly. This was the background music. It had to be soft and not cover the sound of the conversation. It had to be done as much as possible to set the atmosphere and not overshadow the main character. Li Yi listened to it and felt comfortable. It was unlike some of his previous videos where he had to add tut, ha ha ha, and other similar sounds that set off the theme were endless. Also, the background music was very loud at the beginning. It seemed that it wouldn't be a good video without background music. He didn't allow it. The palace maids and eunuchs knew how to control the situation. The others were very natural, but Guozi listened carefully and thought about it. He realized that the palace maids and eunuchs cooperated very well. They were even better than his winged knights. Such background music, coupled with the falling snow, made people's hearts ripple. My family is now growing soybeans in the greenhouse. The bean worms are all buried. The main thing is to eat edamame during the new year. It's more than 10 times more expensive than soybeans. My family is growing garlic bolts. They're now bolting. We also have garlic sprouts in the greenhouse at the back. They're selling well. My family, it's all taught by Dongzhu. Does Dongzhu still need money at the border? My family will donate another 500 taels. Toads can't be sold at a high price. We're all rearing forest frogs and are preparing to buy frog oil. The villagers of Zhang clan's village talked about the situation of their families. All of them had become rich. Zhang Xiao nodded continuously at the side, indicating that the villagers were indeed like this. As for his own reduced power, it didn't matter. Fighting for power with Dongzhu? What a joke! If it wasn't for the moment when they handed over the blank account books, the villagers wouldn't be living a good life now. It'll be better next year. You'll be responsible for cultivating new crops. You're not allowed to eat them. If you can eat some, you'll earn more money. Li, you wanted to go outside to get seeds, and then teach some of them to the people of Zhang clan's village. Chapter 1356. Snowflakes fluttering in the wind, the northern wind whistling. The world is vast. A plum blossom stands proudly in the snow. Indeed, we should learn more, especially in management. In the future, our Tang dynasty will need talents in business operations. With the background music, Li Yi found a house and entered. The wind outside was too strong and uncomfortable, and the snow was hitting his face. There were many people outside. He gave a lecture and pointed out the direction of development for the villagers. Business management was a very profound knowledge, and it was not inferior to administrative management. It was relatively easier for those who were good at business management to enter the administrative department. Those who were good at administrative management might not be suitable for business management. The difference was that private enterprises pursued profits, and everything was based on profits. On the other hand, the people in state-owned enterprises and government offices cared more about status and their own interests. As for whether the state-owned enterprises were losing money or whether the people were living well, what did it have to do with them? One must be greedy in life and not let power go to waste. Then, 20 years later, everyone was dumbfounded. Many officials thought that everything would be fine after they retired, but who would have thought? Li Dongzhu, are you still going to the Kaitans to collect pine nuts and pine mushrooms next year? A shout came from afar. Someone was surrounded by 4 winged knights. It's actually Brother Yu. Come quickly. Li waved. Li Yi recognized Yu Jiang. He had not seen him for a long time. Back then, Yu Jiang was a spy sent by the Kaitans. When he handed over the amber, he insisted that he was from Shu. The key was that the amber was wrapped in refined coal. Refined coal and yellow coal could only be produced in one place. The winged knights searched Yu Jiang's body. There was no problem, and Yu Jiang ran over. You can recognize me in such heavy snow. Li Yi looked at the snow in the sky. There are many houses and there's a windshield. Li Dongzhu, are you still collecting next year? I'll tell them to look for more mushrooms and pine trees. Yu Jiang did not care that his identity was exposed. He pretended that he had not been seen through. Li Yi nodded vigorously. Yes, I'll take as much as you can. The price is also high. The north of Hebei province tier. Oh, the Kaitans have the highest production. Li Yi was wrong and quickly corrected himself. Yes, Li Dongzhu knows. We have a lot of mushrooms there. We can't finish them. Yu Jiang didn't care anymore. Since everyone was cooperating, it wasn't like he was harming anyone. Brother Yu, the Kaitans have a bit less pine nuts. In the Bohai Sea, have them work harder. Who cares if it's a trade or if they go and pick them themselves? What do you think? Li Yi wanted to continue containing the Northeast, or rather, control it. Throughout history, most of the dynastic changes happened in the Northeast. The Inlushan rebellion of the Tang dynasty was in the Northeast. After that, the Liao state of the Song dynasty was founded by the Kaitans. After the Song dynasty was beaten up, it became the Jin state, Nuzhen. After a few years, they were destroyed by the Mongols. Then, the Yuan dynasty appeared and was destroyed by Zhu Yuanzhang. When the Ming dynasty came, the Ming dynasty was weakened by the Manchus in the northeast and became the Qing dynasty. As a result, the Japanese Empire felt that whoever controlled the northeast would control the world. Thus, they made a move on Shandong and the northeast. How could Li Yi give up on the northeast? He had to get it in his hands to be at ease. Yu Jiang didn't know that Li Yi was determined to get it. He hesitated. Li Dongzhu, it's not convenient to go to the Bohai Sea, right? We are not asking the Kaitans to fight. Let's trade. The Li family Zhuangzi will trade with them. The Kaitans and Shi clan will go further away to trade and earn the difference. Li Yi suggested. The northeast was too far away, especially the Bohai Sea. The Bohai Sea referred to the name of the country, but the Tang dynasty was unwilling to admit it. The current northeast was different from his time. At that time, he had already caused a lot of damage to the ecological environment. However, he still controlled more than 80% of the country's tussa silkworm supply, 70% of the northeast's pine nuts, and 80% of the pine mushroom production. Pine mushrooms had always been expensive, but the production was not low. Now that the ecological environment was not destroyed, just think about how much there was there. As long as there were enough people to harvest them, it would not be a problem to supply the entire Tang dynasty. The only problem was that the road was not easy to travel. Why else would people say that the horse-drawn sleigh was awesome? As long as the snow in the northeast was heavy enough, it could be pulled by horses through the forest like a house. When the Japanese Empire invaded, they took the initiative because the North military camp did not resist. Later, they couldn't bear it anymore. The winter in the northeast was too cold, and only people from Hokkaido could adapt to it in the Japanese Empire. Li thought about it and had an idea. Brother Yu, contact them again to build roads. The Tang dynasty will provide cement and asphalt at a cost, in addition to the sea transportation during summer and autumn. Do you think they can build more ports? I will provide the technology. After listening to Li Yi's words, Yu Jiang thought hard about whether this was a trap. With his wisdom and experience, he felt that it was not. Can it work? He asked Li Yi. Let's give it a try. Whether it works or not depends on the person. If we are not careful, we will succeed. If we are not careful, we will fail. There is no loss. It's just the cost. If I don't accept it, do you think any businessman in the Tang dynasty will dare to accept it? I can't deal with them. We agreed to cooperate with the Li family Zhuangzi. If other businessmen are willing to follow me, I don't care. If not, don't make trouble for me. Li Yi persuaded, tempted, threatened, and reasoned. With just a few simple words, others could see his foundation. Princess Yongmu pouted. She felt that the current Li Lang was very unfamiliar. Then, she narrowed her eyes and leaned her head on Li Yi's shoulder. Li Lang really didn't lose out to outsiders. Yu Jiang pretended not to see such a public display of affection. You can't take out enough money, right? Even if it's the cost. It's easy. The Tang dynasty will send troops to build roads. It's cheap. Li Yi came up with a solution. After Li Yi finished speaking, he looked at Yu Jiang and said, Don't they all know how to make cement? They can make it themselves, grind it themselves, and mix it themselves. Then we can estimate the cost. We will be responsible for building roads. They will pay 30% of the cost, and we will take care of the remaining 70%. As for the remaining 30%, they don't have to pay directly. They will use their income to exchange for it every year. You know about collecting taxes, right? The Tang dynasty started collecting taxes, and the other side is learning from them. The income from taxes can slowly pay off the road construction costs. It's not a problem. Don't you know me? I don't lack money. I just can't bear to see people suffer. When I was young, I suffered a lot. Put yourself in my shoes. Li Yi raised his hand to wipe away his tears as he talked about the changes in the cooperation. He was so touched that even he himself was touched. Yu Jiang's eyes reddened. He still didn't know what the problem was. He just thought that Li Yi was a good person. He knew that he was a spy for the Khitans, but he still treated him as a friend. It was fine as long as the Khitans didn't cause trouble. He was such a good person. Moreover, the income of the Khitans had increased by several times this year. They just wanted stability. If you bullied such a person, you would be the one doing it, not the Khitans. Yes, there was no such thing as a conscience. Li Yi could mobilize the army. Everything else was fake. Only life and death were real. Then we'll go and collect them? You'll buy them all? Yu Jiang couldn't change the other problems. He wanted to gain benefits through trade. Brother Yu, thank you for your trouble. Li Yi nodded. Chapter 1357. After conversing with Li Yi for a while, Yu Jiang left to make arrangements. He still didn't think that Li Yi was scheming anything. He laid it all out on the table and gave several options. Could this still be a scheme? He said that he was buying wool. Then that place would raise sheep and sell grain to that place, but that place wouldn't grow crops. After a certain point, if he didn't buy wool or sell grain to the other party would be finished. This kind of thing could be treated as a joke. Mushrooms and pine nuts couldn't be planted at all. Pine trees could be planted, but it wouldn't affect the growth of grain. Moreover, even if he didn't plant pine trees, the yield would still be high. How was this a scheme? It could only mean that Li Dongzhu valued his own chitin. Yu Jiang thought about it and left in a good mood. When Li Longji and the others heard this, they chose not to speak first. They continued to look around and see the situation in the Zhang family's village. This place couldn't compare to the Li family Zhuangzi, but it was better than other places. Previously, they had made a big circle and couldn't even reach Hongnom. Although the local economy was good, it was still not good. They looked at the greenhouses, the paper-making workshop, the pond where loaches and frogs were raised, and the sand where many beanworms were buried. When it was almost dinner time, the villagers stood out and blocked the road, not letting Li Yi leave. "Hurry up and cook. We will eat here. Send someone stable. There are important guests, and I will check. If I find a problem with any of the dishes..." Li Yi knew that they couldn't leave and had to eat dinner, but he warned them. The villagers quickly ran back to find fresh dishes and supervise the production. Those who didn't know them were not allowed to come close. The winged knights naturally followed them. They knew how to poison and how to get the poison. Some poisons were parasites, while others were harmful bacteria. It was a compulsory course for survival in the wild. It included eating raw fish, live frogs, live snakes, how to look at parasites, and how to deal with them. There was also drinking dirty water, drinking urine, eating snow, chewing ice, and dew on leaves. After carrying out such a special mission, no matter how careful they were, they had to look for Dongzhu to check if there were any parasites. The background music had stopped. Li Yi and the others sat in the living room of a house, and the head of the house went out. "Tell me, brother Yi." Li Longji grabbed a handful of 5-spice watermelon seeds and looked at the tea. "Say what?" Li Yi didn't want to eat the watermelon seeds. He couldn't peel them with his hands, so he had to chew them. Of course, the watermelon seeds he brought were easier to chew. They were all straight. The watermelon seeds were boiled first, and after the flavor had seeped in, they were dried in an oven with a charcoal fire. After drying, some of the watermelon seeds stuck out and were uneven. Then spray perfume with the iron, wet it, and press it. After pressing it down, it would be flattened. The cost was high, and the sellers would not do this. Only the food in Zhuangzi would do this. "Tell me about your plan for northern Hebei province." Li Dan picked up a handful of watermelon seeds and ate them. He wasn't afraid of breaking his teeth. After all, he had Li Yi. Bai Gu's teeth were already like that. Looking at it now, his teeth were very neat. This method was not ordinary. The key was that his teeth were neat, and he didn't need to use the teeth of the dead to inlay them. It wasn't that the color of gold and silver was different, but they were all white. Surprisingly, he could turn his yellow teeth into white teeth. He just had to deal with it every few days. If I say that I didn't plan anything, would you believe me? Li Yi had just finished chucking a watermelon seed. He peeled it with his hands, took out the kernel, and stuffed it into Princess Yongmu's mouth. "I don't believe you." Different people gave the same answer. "I don't believe it either." You guessed it right. In fact, watermelon seeds can also be mechanically peeled. Do you believe me? Li Yi said while biting another watermelon seed. He dug out the kernel and stuffed it into Princess Yongmu's mouth. "This letter, brother Yi, you can talk about the business." Li Chengqi admitted that it was not difficult to peel a watermelon seed. He wouldn't accept it even if it was given to him, because watermelon seeds tasted better when eaten by oneself. As for why his niece Princess Yongmu liked to eat the kernel given by Li Yi, it was because she didn't eat watermelon seeds but happiness. It's easy to go from frugality to extravagance, but difficult to go from extravagance to frugality. The products of the Northeast are as numerous as the sea. The firmness of pine and hazel, the cotton of wormwood, the freshness of fish and crab, the saliva of summer fruit, the bay of sea fish, the sweetness of ginseng, deer antler, tiger penis, and coal waste. Li Yi mentioned the things of the Northeast, and he just gave the young man some advice. No, let's learn from each other. Now that he spoke, he had to set the benchmark. When answering questions, there are always words left behind. The beauty of Chinese literature lies in the use of words, including the use of words and rhythm. If you put aside these things and say that this is a new literature, the vulgarity is the elegance, then you are really looking down on the vulgarity. Vulgarity means that it is easy to understand, not vulgarity. Otherwise, why would Confucius delete the thought of evil? The most interesting thing is that the thought of evil refers to the thoughts, not the literary foundation. Even if she had evil thoughts, it still had some rhyme to it, even that had been deleted. The thought of evil without rhyme is to bully the current Confucius? Confucianism is not solitary. Only the 100 schools of thought can contend? The 100 schools of thought don't want this kind of argument. Li Yi's thoughts were scattered again. He said it casually and then forgot what he just said. Li Longji didn't forget. He understood. Brother, you mean to let the people over there live a good life because of the export of the Tang dynasty? Yes, Li Yi admitted. Yes, let the people over there export hazelnuts, pine nuts, mushrooms, and tussa silkworms, and then increase the income. Li Qingqi was inspired. He was about to say it when Princess Yongmu said it first. Li Lang, I know. Let them eat braised pork every day, and then if they are disobedient one day, don't let them eat it, right? Li Yi turned his head and kissed Princess Yongmu. She is so smart, look at my wife. Brother Yi in broad daylight. Li Longji clenched his fists. Li Yi held Princess Yongmu's face with both hands and kissed the other side. Third brother, what did you say? Princess Yongmu covered her face with both hands, but she giggled. In broad daylight, do you have any other good ideas? This one probably won't work. Li Longji punched his thigh hard. Yes, in addition to the import, there is also the export. The export of medicinal materials, prepared medicine, that is made into pills and powders. Li Yi hurriedly came up with an idea. If he kissed someone's daughter and couldn't give them a satisfactory answer, no one would be able to do it, right? Li Longji pointed at Li Yi with his finger, but he also laughed. Brother Yi, are the products of that place really important? Li Qingqi didn't care whether Li Yi kissed his niece or not. They were already betrothed. It is important. The northern part of Hebei province can achieve self-sufficiency in the supply of heavy industry resources. Li Yi said, seriously, the Northeast was rich in products. The former Northeast heavy industry supported the whole country. It was because there was oil and minerals, and at the same time, because it was close to Inner Mongolia, there was no need to worry about rare earth resources. But later, the country's industrial layout required more convenient sea transportation, so the Northeast was abandoned. Later, when he looked back, he saw a rotten and decayed land. It was deeply rooted, and even 20 years of investigation was not enough. Li Yi wanted to find an opportunity to swallow the whole Northeast, so that it would be easier for him to plan. Because from the Northeast, after passing the Changbai Mountain and continuing along the sea, there was America. The Bering Strait was very close. Chapter 1358. Li Yi had a map of the land and the sea in his mind. Both sides should complement each other. The land was along the coastline, and the sea was Korea, the Japanese Empire, and those disputed islands. From the 4 northern islands, one could go directly to Alaska, which was the place that Russia sold and was bought by North America. Thinking about this, Li Yi thought of a song about love even though it was a matter of land. Later, I finally learned how to love, but you were long gone and disappeared. Later, I finally understood in my tears that some lands, once sold, would no longer exist. At that time, I looked at the snow and ice, but in the end the resources were surging. Amidst the whistling of the American bombers, who would comfort my heart. It is a little cold, but we have coal. We can make a fire and build a greenhouse. I will send the glass over. Li Yi mumbled. His heart wasn't with the Khitans at all. That place could be directly destroyed. If he went over to kill the leaders, it would be easier. But he couldn't go. This included the Turks, Tukashi, Tubo, and the Abbasid Caliphate. This was because if a people didn't rise as a whole, killing the other party's leader wouldn't be able to build up the self-confidence of the people. Li Yi understood this very well, including the Westernization movement in the Qing dynasty. It was because of the seclusion of the country. Some people knew how powerful the outside world was, but they chose to ignore it and lost their country. When they were waiting for liberation, the war started again. It could be seen that many people in the world were afraid of the so-called free country in North America, the country where Black Lives Matter. They were afraid because that country had many fighter jets, aircraft carriers, and missiles. In the eyes of the people of other countries, they couldn't afford to offend them. It felt like genetic suppression because they were strong. Only Li Yi's people weren't afraid. This was because his country had paid the price of many lives to win the wars. This was where the confidence of the people came from. No matter what price they paid, if they dared to invade, they would call them broken, halberd sinks into sand. Hence, no matter how many mistakes that person made, and what people said after that, regardless of whether it was the black or white path, it was good to get money. The people of Li Yi's time all acknowledged him. He was the one who fought. Those battles built up the nation's self-confidence. And the war with India, no matter what price I had to pay, my will was to win. What Li Yi emphasized was willpower. I could pay a heavy price, but in reality I had to win. My logistical support has always been endless. This is to tell the other forces around the Tang dynasty not to provoke me. If you provoke me, I'll use all the power of the country to wipe out your clan. If you're not convinced, why don't you give it a try and see if I can do it? Brother E. Li Longji realized that Li Yi was distracted again. He had no choice but to go to the other side and rub Li Yi's head. Ah, what's the matter, third brother? Li Yi came back to his senses. How long will the snow last? Li Longji didn't know anything about the straits. He just wanted to have a good New Year. It's not a snow disaster. There's no need to worry about the distant prefectures. They can tell if it's snowing early in the morning. They won't run out. Li Yi checked the information and looked for the system. There was no record of a snow disaster. The system was very reliable. It was a good system. System, I won't cry. I've been acknowledged. It's not easy. I won't cry. Yes, the people in other places don't dare to go out when they see the bad weather. Li Longji reacted. Not all the people in other places were so crazy. They obviously saw the bad weather, but they still went out. Only the people in the capital were brave. They probably knew that the imperial court would send people to deal with special situations. Are the people in the capital not reasonable? Li Dan was unhappy. He felt that the people in the capital were causing trouble for the imperial court. It's trust. There are so many sheds. The people in other places can guarantee that they will be able to provide supplies if there's a problem. In addition, every time there's a disaster, the imperial court will send soldiers to help. The people believe that they will be safe. From the perspective of the people, it's purely selfish. From the perspective of the people, it's trust. From the perspective of the imperial court, it's troublesome. From the perspective of the imperial court, it's close to the people. Li smiled. He had seen it before. It was a flood. Before the flood, there was a woman who was swimming in the Yangtze River. She had drunk with him and done it with him. Then the flood happened. The People's Liberation Army came. That woman once stepped on the water when she was swimming and could let the water fall an inch below her neck. In the end, the People's Liberation Army came. The water was less than 5 meters and the woman was 7 meters tall. She could swim by herself. She insisted that the soldiers carry her across. Li Yi was very angry. In his anger, Li Yi carried an even more beautiful woman to a place deep in the water. He said to the woman, "Hold your breath and float. I'll bring you across. Don't worry, as long as you relax, you won't sink." In the end, the woman nodded and took his hand. She stepped on the water and pulled him across. Then the woman told him, "We're all from the river. You're a good person. See you at the hotel tonight." This was Li Yi's experience. Now that he recalled it, he turned his head and saw Princess Yongmu. He hugged her waist. "Wen Tian, what do you want to eat tonight?" Li Yi felt the softness and warmth. Meet Li Lang. Let's eat skewers and roasted garlic. Actually, I want to eat roasted sweet potatoes, the kind you mentioned. Wait, Princess Yongmu was not scheming in front of Li Yi. She said whatever she thought. You want to eat sweet potatoes, you? Li Yi said according to normal thinking. As he spoke, he suddenly felt that he was not normal. Sweet potatoes were in America. Wouldn't there be sweet potatoes to eat in America? It was one thing to let others take a boat to America, but wasn't it the same if he used other means to go to America? Why did he have to let others go? Couldn't he fly there? Did he not have enough lifespan? How much did it cost to exchange for a small yacht? No, how much lifespan? When Tian, after the New Year, I'll think about it. Let's go out and play. Let's go to the sea and see if we can find good things and beautiful gemstones. Li Yi thought of a good idea. He had enough lifespan to exchange for a small amount of lifespan. He felt that he had no problem. He was not sure if others had the system and could go out for a stroll. Anyway, he felt that since he had this opportunity, why not go? He did not need to buy a plane ticket or take a cruise. He could go by himself. Listen to Li Lang. Princess Yongmu still did not know what Li meant. Li wanted to eat roasted sweet potatoes. He could also eat corn. He had never seen sweet potatoes and corn in this era. They were like cabbage and eggplants. Even cucumbers were different from his era. He wanted to know what the crops in North America during the Tang dynasty looked like, especially the rubber tree. It took a long time to harvest the rubber, but once the rubber was harvested, the income would not be low. Chapter 1359. During dinner, Princess Yongmu ate mutton skewers. One was fat and the other was skinny. Both of them were skinny. Li lowered his head and ate. He was thinking about taking Princess Yongmu on a trip to America after the New Year. South America. Cocoa, sunflowers, sweet potatoes, corn, etc. Oh, and kidney beans, tomatoes, and pumpkins. There was no coffee. It was in Africa. There was no coffee in Ethiopia. It was in the Gulf of Aden. There was the Red Sea, Egypt, and the Suez Canal. He did not know if he could cross the canal. This canal had been built a long time ago. It was just that it was relatively narrow and shallow, so it was very easy to block it with a small boat. It would be difficult to dig it up after it was abandoned for a long time. It was still peaceful there. There was no war there. Instead, there was an army that went to Spain and established the Andalus dynasty to fight against the Christians. The place with the canal was called the Wume dynasty. It was a large territory and was very good at fighting. Buddhism had been established for more than 100 years. There were some people who preached in the Tang dynasty, but the people did not believe in it. How do I get there? Fly? It's too expensive. Where can I land? Fly all the way? It's tiring to drive for so long. Li Yi mumbled. He wanted to go to Zhuangzi to get the things he wanted. He would leave like the Navy and come back with more things. The main reason was to relax. Princess Yongmu had never seen the ocean or surfed before. Brother Yi, where are you going? Why are you driving? Li Longji heard him. I'm going to get sweet potatoes and bring Wen Tian with me. If I want to exchange for a yacht, I have to exchange for gasoline or diesel. Diesel is strong. Zhuangzi's production is not good. Li Yi said it out loud as he was caught off guard. Brother Yi, you can't go. Brother Yi, don't go. Li Longji firmly objected. Don't go. What will happen to me if you go? I'll be back in a month. My yacht is fast. Li Yi was ready to exchange for a yacht with a speed of 40 knots. From the Tang dynasty to South America, there was no Panama Canal. They could only go around the Straits of Magellan and rush north. He would arrive in 10 days. If he was delayed midway, he would add another 2 days. He would search there for a few days before returning. 1 month, at most 40 days. No problem. A month? This. Li Longji wanted to refuse again. I'll go and get the things back. I guarantee that we'll be able to plant them this year. In a few years, there will be good crops everywhere. Li Yi gave a reason that was hard to refuse. They would go out at the beginning of spring and come back to plant some crops. For example, the cloud beans and tomatoes. Today was the 1st of February in the Gregorian calendar. After the new year, if they left after the 15th, and if they were delayed by land, they would only be back in April. The same goes for kidney beans, corn, potatoes, sweet potatoes, sunflowers, and peanuts. According to the information, peanuts could be found in ancient China, but Li Yi did not find them. There was no point in thinking about this. He just had to hurry up and get them back. Who should I bring? Li Longji gritted his teeth. For the sake of the people of the Tang dynasty, he chose to separate from Li Yi for a period of time. 20 winged knights. I want the first batch of trainees. The imperial court needs healthy officials who don't get seasick. I can't always treat them for seasickness. Li Yi was looking for people. If there were too many people, the yacht would not be able to fit them. He wanted people who were fast and could withstand the waves. Guazi will go. Li Longji gritted his teeth again. He was afraid that something would happen to Li Yi. Zi will stay behind to command the winged knights. I have my ways. I just need to send gifts. Li Yi knew that the natives outside were easier to get along with. As long as you don't ask for too much, they would be willing to help. It would be better if they could exchange gifts. The Native Americans looked like China people. This was something that Rinpochian could identify with. There were people who made pottery over there. Rinpochian could give them porcelain, silk clothes, tea leaves, refined salt, steel knives, and so on. As for the horses, it would be too tiring to bring them along. Rinpochian had to take care of them along the way. Can they communicate? Li Dan was curious about how the two parties talked. They can understand if I use hand signals to tell them to eat, sleep, and change things. Li Yi was not worried about this. Communication between people did not completely rely on language. When are you going? Empress Wang asked. Let's finish Qing Dai's surgery first. Also, let's check the condition of the infertile people. Li Yi did not know when he would leave. Anyway, he would start to practice on the death row prisoners in 2 days. At the same time, he would check on Lan Bao's sister-in-law and noble consort Lu. Rinpochian estimated that it would be around the 5th day of Chinese New Year. It would be a waste of time if he did not wait until the 15th day of Chinese New Year. All right. Li Longji completely agreed. Rinpochian decided to go for a month. Anyway, Rinpochian was staying in Zhuangzi every day. Other places were dangerous. Everyone immediately lost interest in the delicacies in front of them. Li Yi did not seem so important the last time they went to Luoyang. Everyone felt that something was missing. In Honglu Temple, a group of Tubo people who did not know that Li Yi was going on a long journey were eating mutton hot pot. They were in a good mood. Li Yi had found jobs for them. Li Yi actually gave out such a high salary just to teach some people about our place and the skills we have. Should we teach them fake skills? Bo Qiao was no longer so worried. The two countries were at peace. At least he felt that it was two countries. The Tang dynasty did not recognize them. Isinba shook his head. No, Li Yi will take revenge. When the time comes, he will scheme against us. I think he is scheming against us now, even if I don't know how he is scheming against us. Bo Qiao knew Li Yi very well. He did not think that it was easy to get such a high salary. There must be a problem. What else can he scheme against us? Want our lives? Give it to him. Another Tubo person threw caution to the wind. Maybe it is more important than our lives. Bo Qiao was still vigilant. Isinba closed his eyes for a while. Let's wait and see. You have to hand over your salary and use it for our expenses. Only now do I realize that money is the most important thing. Another Tubo person's face was full of worry. He knew that his Tubo had lost a lot of land, but there was nothing he could do. Only with things can you have money. Money can't be printed casually. It will cause trouble. Bo Qiao understood this better. The Li family Zhuangzi welcomed people to take the exchange coupons to exchange for copper and gold at any time. There were no restrictions. However, the people of the Tang dynasty did not exchange at all. They gave the coupons to the Li family Zhuangzi to buy things. They did not want gold or silver. However, many people found gold, silver, copper, and silk from other places and went to the Li family Zhuangzi to exchange for the coupons. The price of silk became lower and lower, and the purchasing power decreased. Then, the people used silk to pay rent. The Tang dynasty court allowed it. Do you think the Li family Zhuangzi really has so much gold, silver, and copper that can be exchanged? If it is not enough, once everyone exchanges, the coupons will become worthless. The Tubo person who spoke just now thought of a good idea. He was quite smart and knew how to operate. It's no use. How can we have enough money to exchange? The other people of the Tang dynasty listen to Li Yi. They don't need to exchange for jewelry. No one will exchange. Sinba did not even think about it. He believed in Li Yi. Chapter 1360. After the meal, the snow turned from heavy snow to moderate snow with no intention of stopping. The wind did not blow so wildly. Li Longji and the others breathed a sigh of relief. They were afraid that the wind would not stop blowing snow. Brother Yi, what are you most afraid of when it snows? Li Longji stood beside a vegetable greenhouse and watched the people sweeping the snow there. Moving south. Li Yi did not say anything about crushing the houses. He was worried that the snow would fall to the south. Why? Li Longji thought that the roads were blocked or the shacks were broken. There is little snow in the south. When the snow falls, the people panic and it is not easy to deal with it. Traveling is a problem. People in the north know how to walk on ice and snow since young, but they still fall, not to mention the south. There are crops in the south. When the snow falls, the crops are frozen to death and the livestock are not used to it. Li Yi recalled the heavy snow in the south when he was talking about the situation. They could not walk at all. They did not know how to drive and had to transfer bus drivers from the north. There were not enough tools to sweep the snow. Who would prepare so many snow removal equipment? They were used to wearing thin clothes and had to buy new clothes. When the sun came out, they scattered the snow piled up by the roadside onto the road. They did not understand why there was snow on the road. It was not easy to clear it. In fact, the snow piled up by the roadside in the north was scattered onto the road after the snow stopped and the sun shone, speeding up the melting process. Later, there were more people in the south who went to the north. When they went back for the new year, they looked forward to the snow because they knew how to drive. Now in the south of the Tang dynasty, the temperature inside was lower than outside. When they wanted to warm up, they had to go out and bask in the sun. When it snowed heavily, it was colder outside and colder inside. They would get sick. Li Longji raised his eyebrows. Will it snow in the south this year? No, there is no need to worry about the drought in the Guangzhou area this year. There are many water networks in the capital, so we have to pay attention to flood control. Li Yi considered in advance. Previously, there was a locust plague in the east of Taihang Mountains. Then, there was a drought in Guangzhou. Because of the wells and a series of measures to eliminate the locusts, the two dangers were resisted. When Guangzhou returned to normal, the water network could easily cause the water level to be too high and unable to drain. It was okay to plant rice, but if they planted other crops soaked in the water all day, their roots would rot. No matter how the net was laid out, the water would eventually flow into the river and then into the sea. Li Qingqi patted the snow off his body. The ice melts at the beginning of spring, and the canals of the Yellow River will be easier to walk through. Take care. You'll need to do something extra when going up or down, such as the Hoku waterfall. In Li Yi's mind, the artificial canal where prisoners on death row were used to line up duds appeared. Dozens of people had died. Don't think that this was a joke. Only the condemned prisoners would give them a chance. Fortunately, the prisoners on death row who had to die were left behind. They could be used to practice their surgeries. Once the canal was opened, the distance would be shortened by a lot, and there would be no need to circle around it. When the canal passed through Chang, and it flowed against the current. When it reached the mountains and entered the Yellow River, it flowed with the current. From the position of the lower river to the northwest, it was still upstream. The direction was the same. The Yellow River flowed downstream, then upstream, then downstream to Chang, and, in theory, from Chang and to the place where the shape of the river was, if they took the canal, the countercurrent would be shorter. Otherwise, they would have to go from the Yellow River in the east to the Hukou waterfall. There were many holes in the rocks on both sides of the Hukou waterfall. Someone had taken a video of it and said that they didn't know what it was for. What else could it be for? Of course, it was for the boats to drill holes and insert wood to borrow strength. It was similar to some parts of the Yangtze River. There were holes where the boatmen pulled the reins. The boatmen were not stupid. If there was a place where they could put a stick, why would they not do that? Why did they have to dig the rocks? Third, elder brother, big brother, when the train comes out, we can still use the steam engine boats. We can use the steam engine boats to transport the Yangtze River. The Yellow River is fine too. When it's critical, we can relay the boats back and forth. Even if we don't relay the boats, we can still increase the efficiency. As for the boatmen, they have non-steam engine boats and steamships. They can help pull the boats. Actually, it's faster for steamships to go upstream in the Yangtze River. Li Yi spoke whatever came to mind. He chatted with others about trivial matters and poems. His conversations were about the people's livelihood. Ever since he came to the Tang dynasty and supported Zhuangzi alone, he had come up with many ideas for the Tang dynasty. That's how it should be. Li Longji suppressed his impatience. He wished that he could get it done in one go. The Zhang family's village is good. Li Dan was not in a hurry. He was used to it. What he wanted most was to live a few more years and see more of the Tang dynasty. He was reluctant to do so. He had experienced too much in his life. He became the emperor again and again, but he was forced to retire again and again. When he saw his family members die one by one due to internal strife, he was disheartened and had nothing to live for. When Li Yi appeared, he was reluctant to die. Li Yi entered the greenhouse and saw a small cucumber about a centimeter long. He plucked 2 of them, rubbed the cucumber bones with his hands, and gave one to Princess Yongmu. He took a bite and smacked his lips. Follow the fertilizer. Follow the water fertilizer. Pay attention to the temperature. Don't let it get too cold. Princess Yongmu also took a bite. It's not sweet enough. Dongzhu, do you want to go to my greenhouse and try a small eggplant? The villager next to them was anxious. Just 1 bite is enough. Go to my place, I have more. Actually, it's better to have some of my fanstones. Put them around the roots of the cucumbers in the greenhouse and water them. Where can I find more of my fanstones? Li Yi walked forward again. He plucked a small eggplant about 2 inches long, wiped it with his hand, and threw it into his mouth. Eggplants were sweeter than cucumbers, and the frosted eggplants were sweeter. Also, the small cucumbers were most suitable for pickling prawn oil side dishes. They were the Jinzhou side dishes of Li Yi's time. The authentic ones were all small things from the market, including beans and screwdrivers. If there are too many, pluck them down. Otherwise, it will affect the growth. There are so many of them. Pluck the small eggplants far away from the main stem and pickle them. They won't compete with other eggplants for nutrients. Li Yi plucked a small eggplant from another plant and gave it to Princess Yongmu. I just can't bear to do it. I know it's written in the newspaper. I think it's enough to get more fertilizer. The villager in the greenhouse was also in a dilemma. Let's take advantage of the Chinese New Year and sell them at a good price. If you feel sorry for plucking the small eggplants, I'll charge you 3 times the price and eat them as fruits. Li Yi liked to eat raw eggplants, especially the small ones. He didn't eat the big ones with hard skin as they were not delicious. I'll deal with them myself. The villager thought for a while and decided not to sell them. He could eat them himself. Even Dongzhu agreed. When growing vegetables, you need to consider the nutrients. Just like the grapes, The sharp ends can still be eaten. They're sour. Li Yi continued walking. He couldn't visit every greenhouse. He picked this one and told him the problems. The other greenhouses followed this one. He didn't taste the cowpeas, lentils, and peas. They couldn't be eaten raw. Chrysanthemum flower and lettuce could be eaten. They belonged to the category of pickled vegetables. This is a tourist destination. Do you have enough ginger and garlic? I planted a lot of ginger in the north. It's time to bring them back. Li Yi was very patient and considered all the details. Yes, but we don't need the garlic. We can grow it ourselves. Now the garlic stalks and sprouts are all grown by ourselves. The villager answered. Okay, wait a moment. In the winter next year, you can use the greenhouses to help grow things. I won't sell them. I'll give you the money earned from the greenhouses. Li Yi wanted to grow tomatoes and kidney beans in the same way as the greenhouses to speed up the reproduction. Unlike the eggplants and cucumbers, these two were easier to keep as seeds. Chapter 1361. Like this, keep the seeds. Keep this cucumber. The trunk is thick and the height is just right. It grows big. Li Yi pointed to a cucumber and said, This cucumber was about 6 inches from the ground, and it should be picked. It could still grow because it was close to the trunk and had the most nutrients. At the same time, this seedling looked thicker than the others. It was a good seedling to keep the seeds. If necessary, a small shelf had to be built for this cucumber, and then a red rope would be tied to it as a mark. The blue rope was the same as the other colored ropes and cloth strips. It was easy to identify. For example, when a person was looking for ginseng, he would tie it with a red rope after finding it. It did not necessarily have to be red. In the woods, red was conspicuous. This reason had nothing to do with the ginseng having long legs. Except for red, other colors were not suitable. Black was the color of the soil. Blue and yellow were easily confused with the colors of other plants around. The bigger the color difference, the easier it was to identify. It was impossible for a person to find one at a time. Ginseng was still in the Tang dynasty, and there were still many of them. In the northeast, it was planted later. Some ginseng had been planted for more than 30 years, but it was stolen. Now, there was no one planting in the Tang dynasty, so there was no stealing. The problem was to keep the seeds. The cucumbers and eggplants should not touch the ground as much as possible. If they did, they would rot. There was no need for cowpeas. When lettuce and chrysanthemum were planted in the greenhouse, they did not need to wait for the poles to sprout. The little girl, Qing Dai, did not know how to plant vegetables. Now, she was looking at her master explaining as if he was a farmer. By the time Li Yi came out of the greenhouse, a full half an hour had passed. 1 hour. He kept looking and explaining. He even took a bite of the cowpeas to taste them. In 2 years, we will plant big cherries, but they are more sour. Even if the cherries in the north are good, they are not as good as those in the south. Li Yi came out with a basket and talked about cherries. There were no big cherries in the north. They had to adapt to the environment. The best big cherries were in South America, which was Chile. It had a long coastline and territory. Argentina was also good. In Li Yi's time, Peru was not a problem, but the Peruvians were not willing to plant cherries. They were addicted to cocaine and marijuana, including Colombia and Ecuador. This was called the Silver Triangle. In the later period of the Golden Triangle, Li Yi planted less because the China government intervened. The walking corridor was connected to Afghanistan, Iran, Pakistan, and other places called the Golden Crescent, which was also heroin. They were planting poppies. This year, the capital government had planted quite a few poppies. They told the people that this was medicine and that it was being planted by the roadside. Whoever was willing to take the initiative to help them harvest, it was free to do so. If he wanted to cut the pulp, he would bring the large, smoking gourd over as well. That way, the Li family Zhuangzi would give him 1 tael of pulp and 1 caddy of gourd soap. They had collected quite a lot this year, and the commoners were willing to help. Knowing that it was medicine, they didn't dare to casually consume it. Li Yi ate. He used the cut gourd to braise food. It was refreshing. Eating this was not addictive unless he ate it every day. But to say that he couldn't quit, that was impossible. During the Republic of China, there were so many people smoking cigarettes. If they suddenly stopped smoking, could it be that they couldn't afford to live? They all died because of this. At most, he would suffer for a period of time. If he couldn't buy it, what could he do? Tobacco won't do. This isn't allowed to be passed over. The restrictions are stricter than poppies. Li Yi's thoughts wandered, and he thought of tobacco. The Tang dynasty didn't exist yet. The people of the Tang dynasty didn't say that they wouldn't live if they couldn't smoke. They didn't know at all. Since that was the case, there was no need to bring it over, even if Li Yi used to smoke. He hadn't smoked in the past few years, so there was no problem. I should still plant some and extract the nicotine separately as medicine. Li Yi hesitated again. He didn't want to smoke, but he knew that tobacco contained a lot of nicotine. Li Yi was thinking about traditional Chinese medicine. Anything could be used as medicine. Was nicotine useful in medical treatment? Of course it was useful. It was nicotine. As long as it stimulated and affected living creatures, it was medicine. What? Cyanide? This was also medicine. It depended on how it was used and how much it was used. Interventional surgery had to be done with thread, right? What was the difference between this kind of medicine and traditional Chinese medicine? Arsenic was also medicine. The difference was that the other party was strong. The strength of a certain period of time was strong, and then the other party set the rules. Traditional Chinese medicine couldn't follow the theories of traditional Chinese medicine. It had to conform to the theories of others. It was a matter of rules and ideology. Yes, ideology was the most important. Some races were like catfish, aggressive. Human society needed them. The rising sun city was a representative. They were like this, like human cancer cells, always existing. This year's heavy snow probably won't cause too much loss to the people. Li Longji heard Li Yi muttering, but he was concerned about the people. He couldn't get specific data from the distant places. The nearest place was the capital office. If it were historical records, Li Longji would think that it was the Kaiyuan age. He was too powerful. With Li Yi around the golden age? The people of the Tang dynasty lived like the Li family Zhuangzi? They had arrived at the golden age. If they couldn't achieve it, where was their face? Li Longji was very low-key now and didn't dare to promote himself. No, Li Yi agreed. Then he saw candied haws made with grapes and yams. When Tian, look, this is good. Grow grapes in a greenhouse. If you sell 1 mu of grapes, you can earn back the capital of 10 mu. Li Yi picked up a non-mainstream candied haws made with grapes and cut out a large piece. Yes, the candied haws were cut out. With a touch, a large piece appeared. There wasn't much sugar used. Just like the people who used sugar to make paintings, the sugar was sour according to the weight. A sugar man and a sugar painting, a little sugar was enough. The reason why it was so expensive was to sell the craftsmanship. Wasn't it easy to buy sugar? If you buy sugar and paint, can you paint by yourself? There were also candied people, one starting from 10 yuan, so more than 30 yuan. Let the children blow by themselves and then shout slogans. People used to blow candies to sell candies. When it came to Li Yi, what was sugar? Shouldn't everyone look at art? Li Lang, can sweet potatoes be made into candied haws? Princess Yongmu's mind wasn't on the price. Before she met Li Yi, she valued money very much and was afraid that she wouldn't be able to eat meat. Now, she didn't care how much she earned. She could eat red braised pork whenever she wanted. Li Lang could make many kinds of red braised pork. Yes, it's best to eat roasted sweet potatoes. They were very cheap in the past. Oh, when we get them back, I will roast them for you. Li Yi was nostalgic again. The price of sweet potatoes was getting more and more expensive. In the past, it was 6 cents per caddy. After that, it was 8 cents, 12 cents, 20 cents, 25 cents, 30 cents, 50 cents, 80 cents, 1 yuan, 1 yuan, 1 yuan, 3 yuan, 15 yuan. 1 catty, all of them were 1 catty. It meant that the cost of materials didn't matter, but the cost of labor increased. The key was that in the county and cities, they couldn't roast sweet potatoes themselves. In the countryside, roasting sweet potatoes was a byproduct. Chapter 1362. Meng Haoren and Wang Wei followed behind and listened in confusion. Although the two of them had land at home, they did not know how to farm. Meng Haoren knew that farming was important, but he did not know what kind of crops were. Now that he was listening to Li Yi explain the specific knowledge of farming to the villagers, he felt tired. It seemed that Li Yi was proficient in everything, including the problem of women not having children. The villagers did not have any other thoughts. They were used to it. In a tent of a family, a group of people were listening. After listening, they told the others, "If you don't want the chives to be spicier, cover them with 2 more layers of silk. The chives will turn yellow. Without the synthesis of chlorophyll, the spiciness will be reduced." Li Yi came to the field of chives under the shed and looked at the chives. Because of the lack of photosynthesis, the chives were not very green. If they were covered, the chives would be even more yellow. "Dongzhu, is it too late? My family did not plant chives this year." The villagers were anxious. When Li Yi said that something was good, they believed that it would make money. "Try it. Your family does not lack the silk." Li Yi knew that the villagers were rich. "Okay." The villagers agreed. "How much is the silk now?" Wang Wei asked Meng Haoren. Wang Wei's family was rich and did not care about the value of money. Meng Haoren thought, 500 coins! 130 coins, Chang in exchange. Li Yi turned around and gave the exact price. If a bolt of silk was brought to the Li family's farmstead, he would be able to get 130 coins, not the previous 550 coins. Therefore, there were fewer people weaving ordinary silk. The ones outside were used to exchange goods. The imperial court still collected the original amount. The imperial court suffered a loss, and the people benefited. Some people thought that the imperial court was stupid and did not know the problem. The imperial court was subsidizing the people because they were rich. With so much money, why would they bully the people? In the future, the price of silk will drop to 80 to 100 coins. It can't go any lower. Its application value is there. Li Yi drew a fluctuating range for the price of silk. If it was lower than 80 coins, everyone would make clothes. Silks that had been in storage for a long time were of poor quality and were sold at a low price. The commoners took them to see if they could be made into small clothes. If it really didn't work, he could make shoes and boots, layer by layer, and glue them together. Even worse, it can't even be made into shoes. Paper can be sold to paper mills. This is a good material. In the future, we need to plan the planting area for cotton. The local food crops and vegetables must be sufficient before we are allowed to plant cotton. Hashi Jidushi's place didn't count. It was planted there because the climate was suitable and the local fruits were good. The temperature difference between day and night is big, so the yield of rice and wheat is low. Highland barley is fine. Cotton can be planted there, and it will be a key area in the future. As Li Yi talked about the silk, the topic turned to cotton. The Hashi Jidushi was located in the Xinjiang of his time. At that time, there were more Muslim religions. In that kind of restaurant, there were more rules, and it was quite annoying. No drinking or smoking. Many of the rules were added later. When did tobacco reach the territory of Islam? You didn't have it before, but now that you did, you forbade it? Li Yi usually didn't go to such restaurants to eat. He felt restricted. He went to eat, not to fight. There shouldn't be regional attacks, and there shouldn't be ethnic hatred. So we should raise less silkworms. Wang Wei had decided to write a letter home and tell his family not to hire people to raise silkworms. Wrong, we should raise more silkworms. Silk is valuable, and a bolt of good brocade and satin can be exchanged for thousands of stones of grain. Others don't have it, and silk is an honor. Li Yi quickly made it clear. Don't give up, continue to raise silkworms, and we can use them for export. Spices, silk, porcelain. Which one of them didn't make money? Do you know how big the trade surplus was before the Opium War? Wang Wei immediately dispelled the idea of writing a letter home. Yes, sell it to outsiders and make more money. Li Yi strolled around and gave pointers to the crops one by one. The villagers used their heads to write, and the palace maids and eunuchs used pens to write. When they go back, they can tidy up and choose useful things to write into a book. The people in the imperial court compared Li Yi to Confucius, and Confucius's Analects were summarized by later generations. Confucius taught the general direction and mainly focused on the rules of behavior. Li Yi was very specific, including the mutual status and means between countries, agriculture, fortifications, medical, education, economy. Confucius didn't teach how to grow watermelons to make them sweet, but the impact of watermelons on society. Li Yi directly said what problems would be encountered when growing watermelons and what methods to use to solve them. The people in the imperial court felt that Li Yi's words were more practical, and every step he took brought about absolute benefits. Of course, occasionally he would write poems to be romantic when he was bored. When Li Yi finished speaking, he took a long time to walk out. I'm going back, don't send me off. Li Yi said goodbye to the villagers as he came over to relax. He also wanted to solve the small problem of growing watermelons. It was so close, and he didn't want them to send him back to Zhuangzi. Dongzhu, we won't send you off. When you need 1 million people watch, we will give it to you. We can also write 1 million people book for Her Majesty. If you want to impeach someone, we will help. The village chief, Zhang Shao, guaranteed Li Yi on behalf of the villagers that the Zhang family's village was close to Chang, and they were rich and had many people. If such a village caught an official to write 1 million people book for Her Majesty, the official would have to avoid suspicion, ask for leave, and go home to wait for the results. When I went to Hongnong, I took several million people watches along the way. It's enough. I'll look for you when I'm done. Thank you, everyone. Li Yi clasped his hands. You're welcome. Dongzhu, if you need anything, just say it. If you don't like someone, we will go and block their door. The villagers were full of enthusiasm and clasped their hands. Wang Wei and Meng Haoren. Once again, they felt the importance of the people's hearts, which could help to get rid of political enemies. The most annoying thing was that the more people didn't need it, the more people were willing to give it to them. If Li Yi wanted to get rid of an official, did he need 1 million people watch? How many local officials wanted 1 million people watch, but couldn't get one because the people didn't want to put their fingerprints on it? Third brother, look at the people's hearts. How many million people watch can I get if I just call them and write it in the newspaper? What kind of official should I be? Li Yi said with a smile as he walked back. Do you want the throne? All the people in the capital government will push you to the throne if you call them. Li Longji was more direct. No, then I'll be a secondary class, rank 2 civil official. I'll also raise the rank of martial official. It's too low. Secondary class, rank 9 civil official, and secondary class, rank 2 civil official, a pair. Li Yi shook his head. What's so good about being an emperor? It's not free. General of the army? Li Longji asked Li Yi. This was the secondary class, rank 2 civil official. Okay. Li Yi nodded and looked at the others. The others also nodded. Whatever. Secondary class, rank 2 then. When the time comes, you will be paid. When you retire, you will also have a salary. If you have a child, you can be an official. If you and Princess Yongmu have a child, how can you be an official? Okay. Li Longji looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu smiled. She wasn't happy because Li Yi was promoted. She just felt that it was fun. Chapter 1363. Gao Lisher ran away as fast as he could to the political affairs hall. He had to hurry up and bring the Wu Sanguan over. Gao Lisher had to bring back the documents from the Hall of Governmental Affairs first. This way, the people from the Hall of Governmental Affairs wouldn't have to deal with it. Brother E, why is there battlements on the side facing the Zhang family village? Li Longji only found out when he was on his way back. The other positions in the Li family Zhuangzi were empty. Not only was there a small city wall facing the Zhang family village, but there was also a battlement. The Zhang family village was the most secure position, guarding against the Zhang family village. If there are city walls and battlements elsewhere, but the Zhang family village doesn't, and there is also a small bridge, if someone really wants to attack the Li family Zhuangzi, they will definitely occupy the Zhang family village first. Li Yi gave an answer about love. Everyone suddenly understood. There was nothing wrong with it. With the city walls and battlements, whoever wants to attack the Li family Zhuangzi will not have to go through the Zhang family village. This was the most difficult place to attack. It was useless to occupy it. They can't break in. We know the structure of this bridge very well. We have rehearsed where the explosives can be placed to blow up the bridge. Li Yi gave another arrangement. Brother E, you are very thoughtful. Li Qingqi sighed. Everything that could go wrong was arranged properly, even if there were winged knights inside and outside. His brother, he was already extremely cautious. He did this even when there were heavy machine guns. It was reassuring. Li Qingqi thought of the heavy machine guns and looked at Li Yi. Brother Yi, what else do you have besides heavy machine guns? I found something. As long as you are in a pit or behind a wall, the heavy machine guns can't penetrate it. Oh, there are also mortars. They are like throwing things. They are thrown up and then fall down in an arc. Arrows are shot from the bow. They will explode in pits and behind walls. I also have a shoulder-mounted fuel air explosive. It doesn't matter where you are. As long as you are in the middle of the explosion range, you will be suffocated to death even if you don't die from the explosion. It can fly out more than 800 meters. Within a radius of 50 meters, there will be no survivors. People within a radius of 100 meters will be affected by the shock wave. Li Yi finally said what weapon he had. Fuel air explosive. The enemy did not scatter their troops, but bombarded a large area. Their rifles had a long range, so they had to attack bit by bit. If they didn't even try to countercharge, it would be meaningless. In that case, Brother E, you can rest assured and take Wen Tian out to sea. Li Longji first thought about Li Yi's safety. With this weapon, who could beat him? It sounded even more powerful than the Skycracker monkey. One person was enough, and it was easy to carry around. At the same time, Li Longji felt even more at ease. Look, you already have such a powerful person. Yet you don't want to be the emperor? Good. In the future, when our son grows up, he will be under your tutelage. Naturally, he will listen to you. What other good weapons does Li Lang have? Princess Yongmu wanted to know more. Now, I have to learn how to operate it. From here, I can directly attack Tubo's base. I can swap it out, but I don't want to use it. Li Yi estimated the distance. From Chang and to Patala Palace, he didn't need an intercontinental ballistic missile. Mid-range missiles were enough, and he could directly blow it up. When he thought of mid-range missiles, Li Yi couldn't help but think of India. They were shouting at China. India's capital was more than 300 kilometers away from China's border, and China's rocket launchers had a maximum range of more than 480 kilometers. Li Yi didn't understand. At such a close distance, can your defense system withstand it? Ask the Jews if their Iron Dome defense system is good. Do you know what a rocket launcher is? It's not a missile. How can you defend against 5,000 rockets fired at once? Also, Lu Qiu, do you think the rocket launchers at Shannon East Road are not enough to cover your entire territory? The entire territory is more than 300 kilometers away. Some people just don't know what's wrong with them. Li Yi thought and actually said it out loud. Li Lang is right. Princess Yongmu thought Li Yi was talking about Tubo. My husband can directly hit you there, and you still want to be arrogant? Li Lang, can we eat braised pork there? Princess Jincheng, how sad it is that you can't eat braised pork there. Princess Yongmu thought of the most important problem. Braised pork. I sent Ken food there. You can eat it after heating it up. There are beef, pork, and chicken. Li Yi comforted Princess Yongmu. Don't be sad, we have a way. Okay. Princess Yongmu was happy. She didn't think much of it before, but now she felt that the Tang dynasty had wronged Princess Jincheng. As a woman, she had no choice. She would marry whoever she wanted her to, and she will choose Li Lang. No matter how she looked at it, Li Lang was the best. Everyone walked slowly and no one wrote poems. They talked about the national affairs of the Tang dynasty. Li Longji and others were in a good mood. It turned out that Li Yi had such a good weapon. From Chang and Tubo, who can't fight in the future. Turks? Turks are farther away than Tubo. They can't kill you. Gao Lisha ran. He didn't need to change horses. He reached the place in a sprint. Let's talk about something. Just now, Li Dongzhu wanted to be an official, but he was only a minor official. Those who want to be an official with a minor official, quickly write the document. Gao Lisha ran to the place and said to the 4 prime ministers who were drinking ginseng. At this moment, he was representing His Majesty. He didn't smile. General of the army? This promotion is fast. Song Jing muttered. He wrote the document himself. Here, the Hall of Governmental Affairs wrote the document, and the Gate of Governmental Affairs wrote the document. The process was completed in 5 minutes. Everything was done. Don't delay Li Yi's mood. His mood can also be delayed. Then I will go back. I will send something to you later. I can't go personally. Gao Lisha was full of smiles. The Gate of Governmental Affairs sent people to deliver the document to Li Yi. If they could get something, they would like to go and fight for it. If they didn't get it, they would have to make up for it. It wasn't easy being an official. Gao Lisha left. The 4 prime ministers looked at each other with a puzzled look. Why is Li Yi thinking about being an official? Su Yi had never considered Li Yi's position. Any official position was useless to Li Yi. He did not lack that little bit of salary. Even if he went out without money, the entire capital office, no matter where he went, the common people would line the streets to welcome him. He didn't lack power, including himself. He felt that it was time for him to step down. What's the use of being an official? Looks good? Why don't you take the imperial examinations? Get first place in the first rank, or be an outlier and set up a memorial arch for you. You will definitely be an outlier. The national policies were all written by him. Who would dare to find fault with him? He has nothing to do. Xiao Yi has nothing to do all day. He can be happy for half a month if he becomes an official. Bai Gu also didn't know, but he could belittle Li Yi. He could belittle him behind his back, but he couldn't do it in front of him. What if he had bad teeth? He still needed Li Yi's help. It's Lunar New Year. If you have a sticky fire spoon, go to Li family Zhuangzi to get it. Also, there is spiced beef. He will definitely have beef. Zhang Jiling was embarrassed to ask Li Yi for things in the past. Now he was used to it. He realized that if he didn't want it, it meant that they weren't close enough. The salary and other benefits of a secondary grade 2 official is quite a lot. Bai Gu suddenly thought of something important. The finance department had to fork out the money. Every year it had to be given. His heart ached. Chapter 1364. Li Yi and the others had just returned to the courtyard when Gao Lisha came back with the certificate. Li Dongzhu, I brought it for you. Gao Lisha wiped the sweat on his forehead. Thank you, General Gao. Li Yi didn't bribe anyone, but there were people around. Bribing in front of others? Gao Lisha didn't care. If he wanted something, he could send someone to Li family Zhuangzi to get it. Usually it was skincare products, perfume, and food. He didn't want a mirror, but he did want a thermos. Look, this is a secondary class, second-rank military officer. Do you know what position it is? Li Yi showed off the certificate. to Princess Yongmu. Amazing! What is it? Princess Yongmu cooperated. She threw herself into Li Yi's arms and laughed. Be serious. It's an official given by the imperial court. Li Yi emphasized the sense of ceremony. So many people laughed. They couldn't be serious anymore. People need to study, take the imperial examination, and then become outstanding. Rich people don't need to buy good land. There are thousands of millets in books. Don't need to build a house. There is a house of gold in books. Don't regret going out alone. There are many carriages and horses in books. Don't regret marrying a wife without a good matchmaker. There are beautiful women in books. If a man wants to live his life, he must study the 5 classics in front of the window. Li Yi changed one word. The original was 6 classics, but he changed it to 5 classics. There was a big difference between the 6 classics and the 5 classics. There were several different books. Li Yi didn't care. Whether it was the 6 classics, the 5 classics, or the 8 classics of the Ming Dynasty, he could answer them all easily. Good. Good poem to encourage learning. Li Longji praised first. According to modern poetry, this poem was bullshit. But the poem was to encourage learning. It used the simplest words to stimulate the surging heart. When Li Longji heard the content, he knew it was to encourage learning. Being an official was very realistic. There was no such thing as serving the people in the Tang dynasty. It was all about gaining material gains and spiritual gains. Why did so many people want to be prime ministers? It could be recorded in the history books. Seek for the present, but also for the future. The people of the Tang dynasty believed in this and left something for their descendants. Take Du Fu, for example. He had once submitted a petition to the government, but he thought that he was too young. Then he submitted a petition to Li Longji, saying that he wanted to be like his predecessors. The so-called like an ancestor actually meant that he wanted an official position like an ancestor. He had a kind of lofty and unyielding character. He didn't want to be a lowly official and didn't want to take up the post. Just like Li Yi, there was a literary revolution in history. In order to raise money for his children's school fees, his father sold old books and put some sand in them to increase their weight. The child saw it. He did not understand his father's painstaking efforts and the financial pressure of the family. His mind was filled with the word loyalty and so on, so he reported his father. After that, his father was caught and beaten up many times. He was almost beaten to death. After that, there were repercussions and he passed away after a few years. The child did not think that he was wrong, even if he could not go to school. It could be said that he blamed the era. It was all the era's fault. But in the same era, there were some people who made a fortune and avoided the liquidation. What did that mean? It meant that they did not learn well from Confucius. Confucius's way of being a gentleman was actually the way of survival and promotion. If one understood Confucius's way, there would be no problem. Unfortunately, Confucius's descendants did not understand. They betrayed the country time and time again. In the end, there was one time when they did not play well, but they still understood the principle of living by branching out. The Kong family's southern branch survived, and the Kong family's northern branch became a tourist destination, just like the Zhuge family and the Sima family of the Three Kingdoms. It seemed to be very useful, but it could not withstand the analysis of later generations. So, Z, if there's anything else the family needs, just say it, Li Yi said to Guozi. Guozi's family was too loyal. Every time he went to carefully analyze the price his family paid in the Tang dynasty, he would cry. This was the true meaning of the mean. If a country has the Tao, it will not change. If a country has no Tao, it will not change until it dies. The mean meant that it was useful. Mediocrity was not vulgar. The mean meant the Tao of heaven, and the mean was used to describe the country. It proved that the people at that time knew that the country was important. In the Tang, Song, Yuan, Ming, and Qing dynasties after Confucius, they did monstrous evil in the name of Confucius. They used the sage of their ancestors to show the despicable nature of human nature. Li Yi knew that Guozi's family was different. His family had done everything they could do and used their lives to explain what loyalty was. Li Yi admitted that he could not do it, so he admired others. No, the children need to learn. Li Dongzhu, can you let my children come over? Guizi did not need anything for himself. He wanted the children of his family to go to the Li family, Zhuangzi. He was also from a big family. There were many children in his family, including some children from other relatives who had not been married for 3 years. They will be sent over after the New Year. Send someone to pick them up. When Tian and I come back, I will personally teach them. Your children should adapt to the collective living environment first. Li Yi agreed. Only those who planned for future generations could prove their credibility. For example, many companies were willing to hire people with children. Traditional companies were not like restaurants. The restaurant had to have young, handsome men and beautiful women to attract customers. If you said you were married, especially a woman, the restaurant would not want you. Unless you're cleaning, call the janitor. Big companies were willing to hire people with children, especially in the administrative departments. People would only be stable if they had a family. They knew that those who did not have permanent assets would not have perseverance. The more stable the family was, the more assured they would be to hire such people. The probability of them taking risks was also lower. Big companies were willing to hire such people, except for the public relations department. That's it. There was a job in the public relations department that was to appease the customers. Usually, if the customer was a lady, they would send a handsome man over. If the customer was not a lady, they would send a beautiful woman over. If the customer needed to go on a business trip, the customer would be doing business with a few million RMB. Then, how to coordinate this? Haha. In the blink of an eye, it was Lunar New Year and the snow had stopped. The wind was not that strong, and the governor felt that it was peaceful. After that, everyone started to make sticky fire spoons, which were rice cakes. These things were not delicious and had a big impact on the stomach. The reason why they were making them now was to make it more convenient to eat during the Lunar New Year. Starting from Lunar New Year, they were preparing for the Lunar New Year. During the Lunar New Year, they would eat and have no time to cook. They would use the prepared food to fill their stomachs. To put it bluntly, there were more cold dishes and fewer hot dishes during the Lunar New Year. There were more hot dishes when there were vegetables in the greenhouse. During the Lunar New Year in the Tang dynasty, people would eat more staple food. If they could cook cabbage, it would be a good dish. But now, the people of the governor's office were different. They had higher goals. If they want to eat hot pot, they will eat hot pot during the Lunar New Year. During the Lunar New Year, they must make dumplings. Get ready to set off firecrackers. This year, the Li family Zhuangzi is in charge of the 22 counties in the governor's office. Li Yi knew what the people were waiting for. In the past, they were preparing for the Lunar New Year and did not set off firecrackers. Now, they did not set off the firecrackers. They were waiting for the Li family Zhuangzi to set off the fireworks. The people's thoughts were very simple. They just wanted a lively atmosphere, especially when there was someone leading them. Chapter 1365. At night, the snow had stopped, revealing bits of starlight. Fireworks bloomed one after another, and the sound of firecrackers echoed in the buildings and people's hearts. Everyone in the capital government ate hot pot. This included the unemployed people who had rushed over from other places in the autumn. They rented cheap houses everywhere. Needless to say, there was not only hot pot, but the older people were also served. Li Yi might have been uncomfortable from the wind during the day. At this moment, his upper and lower eyelids were fighting, and he was dizzily picking up slices of mutton and cooking them in the pot. Princess Yongmu helped Li Yi cook other things and put them on his plate. Li Lang, why don't you go back and rest first? Princess Yongmu saw Li Yi's appearance and persuaded him. Li Yi picked up a slice of meat and drank a mouthful of white wine. After exhaling the smell of alcohol, he immediately became energetic. He fed the slices of meat to Princess Yongmu and ate the boiled oysters himself. With coal, it's easy to make a kiln. Non-citizens of the capital government should have more pottery at home. Li Yi was talking about the capital government's hot pot. The Li family Zhuangzi's hot pot was copper. Ordinary people couldn't afford it. They used pottery hot pot, which was like copper hot pot with a chimney. The advantage was that it was cheap, but the disadvantage was that it was slow to heat up. But in the end, there were still some. For ordinary people in other places, it was already good enough to have a clay pot for cooking. In the past, the kiln burned wood and charcoal, depending on the temperature. If it was pottery, wood was fine, but there was less porcelain, so charcoal was needed. The cost of making a kiln was not low. The same volume of wood and charcoal burned less than coal. Since there was coal, the price of pottery should be reduced. Li Yi forgot that he didn't pay attention to the situation of the pottery kilns outside the capital government. Now that he remembered, he prepared to write in the newspaper that the imperial court ordered. Every kiln that burns coal must provide a certain amount of cheap pottery according to the size of the kiln. This will be implemented after the new year. Li Yi ordered that no refusal was allowed. Who will supervise? Will the supervisor line his own pockets? Li Cheng was the first to think of the problem of corruption. Li Dan put down his wine glass. We were supposed to offer 1,000 sets of cheap pottery, but the officials requested 1,500 sets. Or, if 1,000 sets of pottery were offered, the officials would not distribute them to the commoners who needed them and would instead sell them elsewhere for a higher price. Wealth and silk move people's hearts. We must guard against it, investigate it, and think about it. If they do well, allow them to have a meal in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen when they return to Chang, and to report their work. Li Yi picked up a piece of lettuce leaf and dipped it in the seasoning bowl. He didn't want to rinse it. He wanted to eat raw pickled vegetables. Realization dawned on everyone's faces. Li Longji smiled. Good idea. Killing 2 birds with 1 stone, noble consort Lu commented. No one objected. They all agreed that it was correct. If he did a good job, he would go back to Chang and to report his work. He would be given a chance to have a meal in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. He might meet Li Yi there. Up until now, all the officials in the Tang dynasty knew how powerful Li Yi was. Whether he could be promoted or not depended on this one opportunity. If the officials who wanted to fake met Li Yi would probably send someone to verify it. If he didn't do a good job, he wouldn't be promoted when he ate in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. Once the officials left the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen, they would receive a kind of proof that there was nothing wrong with them. At the same time, the imperial examination officials would feel less pressure. Generally, officials with problems wouldn't want to eat in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen. They were afraid that they would be found out. Other people would spend a lot of money to investigate, but the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen wasn't short of money. Being able to eat in the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen without any problems was better than having a 10,000 people's watch. And the Li family Zhuangzi's canteen became a sacred place for honest and capable officials. It could be considered a shortcut to Zhongnan. Eat, don't keep asking questions. Xiao Yi is like someone who specializes in answering questions. Li Dan saw that his granddaughter, Princess Yongmu, was unhappy, so he quickly emphasized the rules of the meal and told her not to ask questions. He thought back. It seemed that every time he ate with Li Yi, there would be all kinds of questions. Now, the 4 prime ministers couldn't answer all these questions. In the end, Li Yi could. Even if there were no questions, Li Yi would still take the initiative to come up with ideas. Yes, don't ask. This year is the best year in recent years. People who are far away don't know, but we already know about the people in the imperial government. Li Longji scooped soup into the soup bowl with a spoon. He was in a good mood. The imperial government's population had increased. Everyone who could work was assigned a job. The sick and injured were taken care of. They were all people of the Tang dynasty. The main reason was money. When the imperial government had more money, everything would be easier. He still didn't know that in history, he put Li Linfu in an important position for money. Then, not to mention how much money he got, even the capable officials were persecuted. The person who Li Linfu cheated the most was Du Fu. When Du Fu took the imperial examination, Li Linfu cancelled the results of that batch of examinees. In the Honglu Temple, people from different tribes were eating hot pot. They didn't need to celebrate the new year of the Tang dynasty. However, even if they couldn't celebrate the new year, they still had to eat. Fireworks rose into the sky, and the roar of the fireworks entered their ears. They all showed an envious and jealous expression. The Tang dynasty is getting richer and richer. There must be people who are suffering from the cold. There are also cows and sheep. If it snows heavily, some of them will freeze to death. Sigh. A Tubo man looked through the paper window and saw the light of the fireworks outside. He was homesick. When it snowed heavily in Chang, and it would be cleaned up immediately. There were ice lanterns all over the city. In Tubo, if it snowed heavily, sheep would die if they didn't prepare enough hay. Even if they learned the method of preparing silage, they couldn't use silage as the main material. The prosperity of Chang and was incomparable to their own capital city. They couldn't compare with it in the past, let alone now. Such prosperity was influenced by the region. When would the Tang dynasty become Tubo? I heard that many people from different tribes submitted to the Tang dynasty and went to live in the city built by the Tang dynasty by the Yellow River. Another Tubo man wanted to blame others, but he couldn't say it. The rule of Tubo was to submit to the strong. The weak had no right to criticize others. When the young people who had obtained status slowly grew old, they had to give up their position to the young people who came later. Sometimes I think that if the Tang dynasty treated us equally, it wouldn't be wrong to submit to the Tang dynasty. Another Tubo man spoke his mind. After saying that, he suddenly realized that he had said something wrong. He shouldn't have thought that way. However, the people around him lowered their heads and ate as if they didn't hear him, including Boiju and Aisinba, who always wanted to die together with Li Yi. They had completely given up the idea of exchanging one life for another. Li Yi didn't give them a chance at all. Seeing that the Li family Zhuangzi kept putting out good things, Li Yi came up with one plan after another, but he couldn't find any way. If we could have seen through it directly at the beginning and exposed it, maybe things would have changed. Boiju blamed himself. He thought that when Li Qingqi and Li Longji concealed their identities at the beginning, he should have revealed their identities and forced Li Yi to bow to them. Then Li Yi would have been restrained by the other prime ministers and officials and couldn't be detached. It doesn't matter. Li Yi promised that he would have a way to deal with it. Aisinba poured cold water on him. Chapter 1366. The night of Little New Year passed, and the sun shone on the earth again. The Qingyi Alliance, Jingyi Alliance, and Rongyi Alliance started selling clothes at special prices. They rushed out a lot of clothes to sell before the end of the year, mainly because Li Qingqi wanted to take care of Baigu. They also wanted to increase taxes for the government and let the people have a good New Year. Everyone was happy that the people of the Qingyi Alliance could get the year-end bonus. The Li family Zhuangzi continued to provide loans, and the people slowly repaid them with low interest rates. Isn't the currency depreciating? Zhuangzi's interest rates are low, and when the currency depreciates, Zhuangzi will have to compensate. Princess Yongmu looked outside through the glass window when she was having breakfast. She was having breakfast with Li Yi in Wintianlan Xiang Pavilion. Today, Wintianlan Xiang Pavilion is open for business, and there are 2 more days. The 2 of them ate on the 4th floor. The newly built attic was connected to the opposite building by a 2-way zip line. Once the situation is bad, they will run away immediately. Her people were busy downstairs. There were so many rich people in the capital, and they all came to buy things. There are many factors that cause currency depreciation, such as lack of goods, demand exceeding supply, and inflation. Also, there's a world where money is deposited in banks, and it has some similar business to gold and silver shops. It's like this. Li Yi explained to Princess Yongmu about banks. They have many more functions than the gold and silver shops in the Tang dynasty. After introducing the situation of banks and other credit institutions, Li Yi explained the details of operations. When the interest rates of deposits and loans are high, it means that inflation is serious. The bank's reserve ratio must be increased, and this is called tightening of the money supply. The country's reverse repurchase will stop, and the interest rates will increase. On the other hand, if there is deflation, the reserve ratio will be lowered and the interest rates of loans and savings will be lowered. The central bank will increase the reverse repurchase. There are also midterm and standing loan facilities. At the same time, banks and other financial institutions will have overnight loans. Li Yi controlled the currency system. Why would there be depreciation? When we lend out money, it will depreciate. Princess Yongmu listened attentively and understood. Currency depreciation is also a factor of productivity. The increase in raw materials and production technology will cause the price of goods to decrease. When the price of goods fell, the purchasing power of money would increase. The increase in purchasing power would exceed interest. Not only would money not depreciate, but it would also increase in value. The appreciation and depreciation of the currency depends on the price of necessities, such as food. Li Yi explained in a simple and profound way. He was just saying, not saying anything. The purchasing power of a country's currency was the most important thing. If there was a shortage of goods within the country, then it would be transferred to other countries, using technological advantages to form an absolute trade surplus, thereby stabilizing the domestic currency value. That was why the North American currency depreciated less than other countries. The more technology they lacked, the more their currency depreciated. When a country's currency could be adjusted to another country's currency, it meant that the country's overall economic strength was not much worse than the other countries. Generally, a country's GNP could barely reach 60% of the other countries. However, if he had a complete industrial system, he wouldn't have to force himself to do it. Instead, he would be able to do it with ease. The country that Li Yi was in at that time did it. Against the world's strongest economy at that time, the exchange rate increased and decreased at will. Trade war devaluation is good for export. When there is a large-scale disease, the exchange rate will increase immediately and stop you from buying things from me. If you want to buy, spend more. Princess Yongmu stopped eating and stared at Li Yi with her eyes wide open. This is only a small part of governing a country. It's very small. Governing a country is difficult. To think of it in a good way, governing a country is like cooking a small fish. However, you also know how many kinds of dishes there are. If one aspect is not taken care of, the taste will be different. If the dishes are bad, they can be thrown away. If the country develops in the wrong way, many people will die. Li Yi concluded and sighed. He knew too little. When he had nothing to do, he had to look for information from the system to learn. He. Princess Yongmu laughed foolishly. She wanted to see Li Yi's face when he was giving advice. When Li Yi finished eating a circle, Princess Yongmu came back to her senses. So you're saying that the money we lent out will be earned in the future? Yes, but the money earned from lending will be subsidized, not to the ordinary people, but to the industry, the E-Alliance. Li Yi drank a mouthful of milk and talked about technology investment. If he cooperated with the E-Alliance and the Workers' Alliance, he would give extra research funds. It was mainly in the form of rewards. Whoever came up with a better management method and technology would be given money. If anyone came up with an idea and thought it was feasible, he would be given money to conduct research. He was not afraid of failure. If he succeeded once, it would promote the development of the Tang dynasty. Li Yi would not only make money, but also increase his lifespan. Li Lang, "Lil miss, there's a foreign merchant here. He said he has something good to sell to us, and asked if we want it." Xiao Lan ran up from downstairs. There were cake crumbs at the corner of her mouth. Obviously, she had eaten the cake for guests after breakfast. "Did you bring it up?" Li Yi asked. "He's outside the door on the first floor. He's a man." He said he will only take it when he sees the boss. Xiao Lan stuck out her tongue and licked the cake crumbs off her mouth. Tell him not to. Princess Yongmu scooped a spoonful of egg soup and put it in front of Xiao Lan's mouth. Xiao Lan opened her mouth and ate it, then turned and ran down. Princess Yongmu waited for a few seconds and then asked Li Yi, who was eating with his head down, "Li Lang, don't you want to know what it is?" "No, I can have anything I want. If there's danger downstairs, it will affect my mood. It's just after the Little New Year. I don't want to kill anyone." Li Yi didn't want to take risks. "You said you have something good, so I'll go and see you? I'll go out to sea after the New Year. I have a yacht. What can't I find? I don't need foreign merchants. When I gather all the seeds, you can only think of ways to get cheap food. I don't want jewelry." Not long after, Xiao Lan ran up again with a tray in her hand. On the tray was satin, and on the satin was a porcelain plate. In the plate was a black dried abalone. "This," he said, "he has a few. It's black. It was black when it was alive. He said this was given to us by God." Xiao Lan had never seen this color of dried abalone before. She was quite curious where the kangaroo and koala came from. "He's been there. Brush and ink." Li Yi pursed his lips. "You lied to me, and you said it was given to you by God? What isn't given to you by God? It's just Australia's black gold abalone. Do you think I don't know? Then my satin and porcelain decorations from the Tang dynasty are valuable? Why don't you use a gloomy wood box with gold edges? It's best to decorate it with a few pieces of Lantian jade." Xiao Lan happily took out the 4 treasures of the study and watched Li Yi paint. Li Yi used a brush to paint the koala. The color of the koala was mainly gray and white. It was easy to paint. He just needed to adjust the ink. When he finished painting, Xiao Lan and Princess Yongmu's eyes lit up. "Li Lang, why is it so fun?" The two of them said at the same time. Chapter 1367. After the New Year, I'll take you 2 out to play. If you have time, you can bring this thing back. It's not easy to raise. Li Yi handed the painting to Xiao Lan and asked her to take it downstairs. "Tell the barbarian that I don't like your dried abalones. I know that black gold abalones are not easy to get, but so what? I have a wetsuit and an oxygen tank." When Xiao Lan heard that she was going out to play, she skipped downstairs. "Li Lang, the animals you drew are cute." Princess Yongmu thought that koalas were interesting. "Pandas are cute too. As long as they're clean, small pandas and red pandas are fun to play with. This is called a koala, and it usually only eats eucalyptus leaves. Eucalyptus is not easy to grow here, unless we build a greenhouse. As for pandas, at least we have many kinds of bamboo in the Qinling Mountains. Pandas can eat other things occasionally." Li Yi thought of the giant pandas in South America that ate cacti. There was no bamboo, so they were used to eating cacti. "Yes, our giant pandas are round." Princess Yongmu self-taught herself to call out another name for the giant pandas. Koalas, they usually drink little water and rely on eating leaves to absorb water. However, when there is a drought, they will also find water by themselves. Pandas are cute because of their dark eye circles, smoky makeup, and they can always put themselves in dangerous situations. Koalas are cute because they are dependent. Koalas are smarter than pandas and are willing to be hugged by people, but their eyes are smaller. Li Yi laughed as he spoke. He felt that if he wanted to get a koala, he could put on makeup for it and draw big dark eye circles. Giant pandas' eyes were actually not big, but they were surrounded by dark circles, giving people the impression that they were big. Giant pandas were cute when they were exercising, even if they were sleeping while sitting. Then they would lean forward and suddenly wake up with a somersault. Koalas, on the other hand, gave people a sense of dependence and always looked wronged. It was a kind of static beauty. If one had to say which was better, it would be like whether Northerners or Southerners were more afraid of the cold in winter. In fact, if a Southerner wanted to have a heater, it was best to add a dehumidifier. Northerners experienced the same temperature when the heater was turned off at the end of March. Then there was a sudden cold in spring. It was cold and wet. This was the norm in the South during winter. Li Lang, I want to hug them. Do they bite? Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi expectantly when she heard that she could hug them. She had hugged pandas before. Pandas were not very obedient and were very clumsy. Under normal circumstances, they don't bite. Just like pandas, pandas don't bite people after they are full, especially pandas that have been fed since they were young. Li Yi had hugged a koala before and spent money to do so. This was the tourist attraction. Some koalas would lose their fur, but they didn't look good. If the tourists didn't want to carry them, the staff would immediately carry them. There was a time when neither the staff nor the tourists hugged the koalas. The koalas became depressed when they saw other koalas being carried around. My boss drew a picture for you. How much does your abalone cost? Xiaolan went downstairs with a sense of superiority. She had seen the black abalone just now. She had never seen it before, so she felt that she was being suppressed by the other party. Now, she was very confident. There was nothing that Li Lang didn't know. The barbarians were not stupid at all. They knew what people in every place needed. When they encountered rare things in the Tang dynasty, they would pay a higher price. He was on a boat and encountered a strong wind. The wind blew, and the boat was blown to a place. There were things that were using their thick tails to support themselves and kicking like big rats. There were also grayish-white things that stayed on trees all day. He fished out a different kind of abalone from the sea. It was black. When he brought it to Guangzhou in the Tang dynasty, the people in Guangzhou did not like it. He had other things that he wanted to sell. When he went to Chang and in the Tang dynasty, he brought a lot of things. In Chang, and he still couldn't do it. He didn't want pawn shops or restaurants. He felt that when Tianlan Xiang Pavilion could buy it, the things sold there were expensive. He might be able to cheat them if he packaged the black dried abalone. He tried to persuade the other party, but the other party didn't even give him a chance to look. When he saw the picture that Xiaolan unfolded, he was stunned at first. Then he sighed and asked, "Do you want it? How about 10 yuan each?" He was calculating the cost of fishing and transportation. If it was 10 yuan each, he could still earn 4 or 5 yuan. 1 yuan. Xiaolan made the decision to bargain. 1 yuan is not enough for me to catch and transport it over. The barbarian told the truth. You transported a big stone over. Do I have to pay you a lot of money? Xiaolan did not give in. I don't care how much you paid. 5 yuan. The barbarian wanted to save his money. 1 yuan. I don't want it anymore. You can sell it to someone else. It's black. Do you think it's expensive? Look at the picture. If you have the ability, bring this over. Xiaolan pointed at the koala. She guessed that these two things were in the same place. Why didn't the barbarian bring this cute thing over? Obviously, he couldn't bring it over. Li Lang had already said that it was not easy to raise it. I caught a few, but they died. They died on the way. I can't raise them at all. They died as soon as they left that place. The barbarian looked worried. Xiaolan puffed out her chest proudly. Look, the barbarian said that it was not easy to raise them, and Li Lang said that it was not easy to raise them. Not easy to raise meant that it was possible to raise them. The difference was huge. 2 yuan for 3 yuan. You can't talk anymore. You still have other goods to sell. Why don't you go somewhere else to look? Xiaolan observed his expression. 2 yuan for 1. The barbarian made a final struggle. 2 yuan for 3 yuan. We won't stop you from selling other goods. If you don't agree, I'll make sure you can't sell any of your goods. Xiaolan forced. I can't bring boxes and satin. The barbarian compromised. I don't want them even if you give them to me. I only want these big ones. The small ones are counted separately. For example, 2 yuan for 3 yuan. Xiaolan bargained again. Okay. The barbarian agreed. When he was fishing, he threw all the small ones into the sea. Okay, it's not easy for us to sell these things in the dark. Forget it, forget it. Since you've already brought them here, I'll treat it as helping you. Xiao Lan was smarter than Princess Yongmu in this aspect. If it wasn't for the fact that she really didn't care about this little bit of money and felt that it was a waste of time, she would have continued to bargain. She considered the number of goods that the barbarian could bring, and then weighed her precious time. It wasn't worth it to continue bargaining. If she had the time, she could just sit down and take a nap. She would be sleepy after eating. 5,000, the barbarian accepted. No one else would accept them. They said that they were spoiled. Were they supposed to throw them away? 7,500 yuan. I'll get someone to take a look. Xiao Lan agreed. 7,500 yuan was less than the price of a small bottle of perfume that she sprayed. Of course, her perfume didn't cost any money. Li Yi paid for it. Both parties exchanged documents. Remember to pay the tax. Your customs tax is different from the tax for selling goods. It's a 10% tax for luxury goods. Oh, I'll deduct it for you. Xiao Lan stopped him again. The tax. She gave him a receipt. This tax would not be paid to buy Gu or the Li family Zhuangzi's donation. Who would dare to collect taxes on Princess Yongmu's property? Wouldn't they make a profit? After the transaction was completed, Xiao Lan grabbed a handful of watermelon seeds from the reception room on the first floor and ran upstairs. Li Lang, Lil Miss, 7,500 yuan and 5,000 dried abalones. Do I pay for them? Xiao Lan was worried that she would lose out. Li. Chapter 1368. The women who came to Wen Tianlan Xiang Pavilion to buy things lined up and walked out with big and small bags. They knew the price, and since it was the new year, they quickly bought. While others were calculating their savings to buy more meat for the new year, these women did not care about the price at all. If they sold it cheaply, people would not buy it. Otherwise, how could they show their status when they wore it? Li Yi looked at the pile of dried abalones in a daze. The taste was not good. The foreign merchants who came here did not know how to make dried abalones. It was a pity that the good black gold abalones were wasted. Dried directly? Kuksai. Li Yi did not think that he had lost money. He felt injustice for the abalones. The abalones were not processed well and had a fishy smell, so they had to be reprocessed. The quality of the reprocessed abalones was definitely not as good as the ones that were processed immediately when they were first harvested. They had to be soaked, washed, and dried again. If they were fresh, such a big abalone would cost 100 carvings, and they would have to be transported from there alive. If they were to use the technology one provided to make dried abalones locally, they would also cost 100 carvings. This kind of abalone is not easy to get. God knows how they got it. I guess there are a lot of them. Li Yi asked someone to take away 5,000 abalones and return to Zhuangzi for reprocessing. How much are they worth now? Xiao Lan was still thinking about the price. How much did she make? 100 for one. Zhuangzi buys them normally and sells them for 1 carvings. It also depends on the identity. After processing them, they will be placed in heaven for 5 carvings. Li Yi considered the rarity of the black gold abalone and gave a series of prices. Xiao Lan smiled. She made a lot of money. 10 for 1 carvings, 5,000 for 500 carvings. She bought them for 75 carvings, not 60 carvings and 75 carvings. She helped the other party deduct the tax. This item can't be placed in heaven for fear that the merchants just now will know. Eat it in Zhuangzi. It's Xiao Lan's contribution. Li Yi originally planned to give Xiao Lan money, but when the words came to his mouth, he changed it to contribution. If he did not advertise the black gold abalone, the other party would not go to that place again. In fact, the seafood there was very good, just behind Canada, Japan, Russia, the United States, and other countries near the Arctic Circle. Australia was south and close to the South Pole. The price of seafood in the cold water area was higher than in other places. For example, in the waters near the equator, the seafood did not taste very good, but it was big. Li Yi was very envious of other people's places. Was it a problem if the taste was not good? In China, we can make any dish taste better. It wasn't the kind of whale. It was an ordinary fish that weighed a few hundred catties. It was enough to last them for a long time. No matter what, it was meat. The Tang dynasty lacked food. If they were in Africa, wouldn't they be able to eat as much as they wanted? Only the desert areas in Africa lacked crops. The land in other places was good, and they did not need to care much about growing fruits. One belt, one road. Use the high-speed rail to transport seafood from Africa. By water, it could only be made dry. It was first washed, boiled, dried, and sent to the Tang dynasty to soak in water. Then it could be eaten. Throwing rabbits to Australia? At that time, there will be a lot of rabbit skins. Li Yi mumbled. He thought of the rabbit problem in the past. Australians did not eat rabbits, and their population was small. People could make money by farming other things. Why should they raise rabbits? Li Lang, are there people in the place where there are koalas? Princess Yongmu was still thinking about cute little animals. Yes, there are people there. There are rich resources there. We need to occupy, no educate. The world is big, and I feel that there are more resources than our Tang dynasty. The people in those places are too ignorant. As people of the Tang dynasty, we have the responsibility and obligation to help others. Li Yi's face was filled with compassion. Princess Yongmu and Xiao Lan laughed together. They did not believe him. What do you mean by helping others? It was clearly snatching things. Li Lang, when are you going to operate on Qingdai? Princess Yongmu thought of the cute little girl again. Let's go back and try it on pigs today. The day after tomorrow, we will use the death row prisoners. Before the new year, we will operate on Qingdai. I wanted to let her spend the New Year's Eve in bed after the operation. We will leave after she is stable after the operation. Aya, let's stop the operation and continue to practice. We will go out with Qingdai. We will also bring a few nurses to help our people see the patients. Li Yi originally wanted to leave after the operation, but he was worried that something would happen to the little girl. Then he could not do it unless he did not leave. The best way was to go out to sea with her. He would be in a good mood when he went out to sea. If there were any unexpected situations, he could take care of them. We will leave on the second day of the new year. In the next few days, we will use pigs and death row prisoners to practice. When we come back, we will continue to use death row prisoners to practice. Li Yi set the schedule and time. It did not matter whether it was the 15th day of the new year or not. It was the most suitable time to plant the useful seeds back in advance. If they came back after the Navy, they would not be able to plant the seeds this year. Of course, crops such as kidney beans and tomatoes could still be planted. Xiao Lan yearned for unknown places, but she was afraid of the sea. Li Lang, will you be seasick? Don't be afraid of seasickness. You will get used to it after vomiting. After staying on the ship for a long time, you will not be able to adapt to the ground. Li Yi knew how much the Navy had suffered, but they had to continue to suffer. Without a strong Navy, there would be no status. Princess Yongmu put down her chopsticks and finished eating. Who will be in charge of the Navy in the future? She asked a very important question. Who would be in charge of the Navy? The stronger the Navy, the more important the loyalty of the generals. Of course, it's my brother. He will be in charge. He will arrange the generals. The captain of each ship will be arranged separately. Then, the head of a fleet will also be arranged separately. Li Yi did not put down his chopsticks and waited for Xiao Lan. Xiao Lan was busy with other things just now and was eating with all her might. Princess Yongmu looked at Li Yi's hand and picked up her chopsticks again. She casually ate something and did not put down her chopsticks. She was also waiting for Xiao Lan. She thought that Li Yi was going to put down his chopsticks. According to the rules, when Li Yi's chopsticks fell, it was the end of the meal. When Li Yi ate, the people at the table were not allowed to leave first. Xiao Lan, eat slowly. Li Lang, why isn't it arranged by His Majesty? Princess Yongmu asked. If His Majesty arranged it, those people will be arrogant and despotic. When the time comes, His Majesty will be suspected of not knowing the right person. Ask someone else to take care of it and remove His Majesty from it. If anyone has a problem, His Majesty will take action. This is called wise decision. Li Yi taught Princess Yongmu how to play tricks. Then, what about brother? Princess Yongmu thought that she had sold out her uncle. Brother beat his chest and stamped his feet. He trusted me in vain and decided to investigate strictly. Who asked the captain or the leader's deputies not to report it? Deal with them together. Promote a group of small officials and give them heavy responsibilities. Let them know how their predecessors were abolished. Li Yi continued to teach. It was normal for there to be problems. The key was how to deal with it. Xiao Lan stopped eating and looked at Li Yi with fear in her eyes. Hurry up and eat. We're all waiting for you. Don't eat too fast. Chew it up and don't choke. Li Yi glanced at Xiao Lan. Oh, I'll eat. Xiao Lan lowered her head obediently. She was indeed afraid. She had to be obedient. Otherwise, Li Lang would do something to her. Chapter 1369. At first, he planned for Zhuang County, then Chang'an. Then he planned for the capital, Tokyo, and the nearby provinces. In Xingqing Palace, the 4 chancellors and the people from the Revolutionary Youth League were all present. Li Longji was talking about the new year. He wanted to celebrate the new year well. He was talking about Li Yi. Li Yi had changed every year. He was very hardworking. In the beginning, he improved the living standards of the people in Zhuangzi County. Now, the income of the people in Luoyang, Chang, and in the surrounding provinces had increased by several times. The people in other parts of the Tang dynasty also improved their living standards a lot because of the new technologies, especially at the border. Yao Chong, who had always wanted to suppress Li Yi, finally spoke his conscience. He had become Li Yi's fan because he had retired and joined the Revolutionary Youth League. He didn't need to fight for power anymore. As long as one's heart wasn't blind, they would know whether Li Yi did well or not. Yao Chong had been in charge of military affairs before. When he was outside, he didn't have any great achievements or major omissions. He wanted to say that the imperial court didn't have money when he was the chancellor, so he couldn't be blamed. But he couldn't say it now. Li Yi was operating. How was the war at the border? It was like beating up whoever they caught. Only a few people died. Was there money? Yes. Where did the money come from? Don't mention it. Yao Chong was convinced that he didn't have the same ability. The front line occupied such a large territory and had an endless supply of logistics. In the end, the imperial court still had to think of ways to spend money. Yao Chong sometimes thought about it and felt quite disappointed. He used to think that he was a talented chancellor. Later on, he became a chancellor several times. He also thought that he was a talented person who established the country and did some things. But when he met Li Yi, oh my God, how could there be such a person in the world? Oh my God, what are you trying to do? Yao Chong thought for a while and said, Another county magistrate? You can't. Song Jing was alarmed and opposed. I'm currently the chancellor's assistant. If brother Yi doesn't want it, then I won't give it to him. Li Longji supported Song Jing. There was no point in being a county magistrate. How many benefits could a county magistrate obtain? Can the child inherit? There's an additional salary. If brother Yi has a child, no, at that time he should be called son-in-law. Once he has a child, it's fine as long as he doesn't fight for the throne. Everything else will be given to him. Who would want to mistreat a child? Your Majesty, please distribute some dried seafood. My child wants to eat them. Lu Yoqiu asked for food. If she wanted to eat seafood, she could just cook it at home. Send. Take back 5 caddies of all kinds of dried goods from the sea. You can't miss out on the necessary social activities. Li Longji became more generous now that he had money. Wasn't it just something from the sea? Yes, there were living things. Lu Huaixin's family didn't lack anything. He even received dividends from the cooperation. He was concerned about the soldiers at the source of the Yellow River. "Your Majesty, are there enough things at Sister Lake for the new year?" "Yes." Li Longji nodded gently. "A lot will be sent there before the new year. The treatment is more than 10 times better than the treatment of the provincial governors in Hushi and other places. Then I'm at ease." Lu Huaishan cupped his fist. As the prime minister who accompanied the food, he actually had a strong heart. It was just that he knew how to retreat for the sake of the Tang dynasty. Therefore, Li Yi's attitude towards him was completely different from his attitude towards Yao Chong. Yao Chong was capable, but he lacked morals. Yao Chong's child took bribes, embezzled, actively interfered with the discipline of other prime ministers, and protected those who were bribed by foreign intelligence agents. The key point was that not only did Yao Chong know about it, but he also suppressed the prime minister who didn't give face to his son and cooperated with the foreign officials who were bribed. If not for the fact that Yao Chong was still useful, Li Yi would have killed all 9 generations of his family. This was equivalent to the duty of the Central Commission for Discipline Inspection of the People's Bank of China, who was also a prime minister, to investigate corrupt officials. Then the son of another prime minister not only took bribes, but also told the prime minister not to investigate some people. The prime minister investigated this matter and came back to tell His Majesty, "Look, I did this for the country. I offended that prime minister, so I had no choice." Then the prime minister relied on His Majesty's ability and complained that he was the one who promoted the prime minister and that he didn't know what to do. He was wrong. This was called a threat to His Majesty. His Majesty had no choice but to get rid of the other prime minister. In the end, this prime minister whose son had a big problem interceded for a subordinate who was bribed by foreign intelligence agents. He could even plead for a traitor? He thought he could. Unfortunately, Li Longji said no at this time and asked him to step down. Ordinary people didn't know what the imperial court was like, but Li Yi knew very well. Just like that, Wei Zhigu survived. Lu Huaishan didn't die either. Yao Chong's son, Li Yi, was saved in exchange for Yao Chong's concession. "Your Majesty, there are more and more members of the royal family. If they don't pay taxes, there will be a danger of them depending on you." Baigu wasn't in the mood to think about anything else. He stared at the money. In the past, no one paid taxes. Now, both sides started to collect taxes. The royal family didn't pay, such as Princess Yongmu. Then there was a possibility, or rather a certainty. If someone did business, they should pay 10%, 20%, or 30% of the tax, according to different products. For example, the person who should pay 20% tax found a member of the royal family and attached the business to him. Give the member of the royal family 10% of the tax, and he would earn 10%. The imperial court lost 20%. When others saw this, they promised to find a way to ask the royal family for tax exemption. What should they do? The imperial court couldn't afford it. This year, no one reacted. The tax was too sudden, especially Luoyang's Henan prefecture. Next year, others would understand. The imperial court would suffer a loss. Does anyone have a good plan? Li Longji frowned slightly after hearing this. Then he relaxed and asked, "Now, and in the past, the worst of you were ministers of several ministries. The rest were all ministers. Speak, I believe you." The group of people looked at each other. What should they do? Su Qing. Li Longji called out Su Yi. "I think that those who don't think for the soldiers and provide support to the best of their ability should be severely punished." Su Yi said something ambiguous. When he said soldiers, it could be understood that he wanted others to donate as much money as possible. It could also be seen as giving the soldiers financial and administrative benefits. He didn't mention the royal family and avoided it. What a sensitive topic. Zhang Qing. Li Longji asked Zhang Juling. "The need for sea trade cannot be stopped. The tax has its own reason. Convince people with reason." Zhang Juling followed. This line was not easy to cross. The The border was a 30% tax. Song Qing. Li Longji looked at Song Jing. Officials and members of the royal family should not do good things because of small things, and not do evil because of small things. Restrain them with virtue and control them with tests. Song Jing was in charge of the Ministry of Personnel and the Ministry of Rights. He had no choice but to speak from these two departments and not mention the specifics. Without waiting for Li Longji to ask again, Baigu took the initiative to speak. 3 of the 4 ministers had been asked, and he was the only one left. I have worries in my heart, and I have worries. It is difficult to resolve, and I cannot abandon it. I suggest that we go to the Li family Zhuangzi and ask Xiao Yi. He has a good plan. Baigu's face was not red at all. He was very direct. Don't ask me, ask Li Yi. He knows. What about the others? Li Longji's expression was calm. I agree. The group of officials said the same thing. It was not an ordinary kind of tacit agreement. That's why I am not worried. Li Longji was in a good mood. Look, I value Brother Yi. You all spoke ill of me behind my back. What about now? Chapter 1370. Keep 3,000 after processing. The rest can be used to make various types of food. The processing methods are different. Leave 100 for me as snacks. Before the sky turned dark, Li Longji returned. Li Yi was there asking people to make snacks. The dried black gold abalone products were soaked first, and the rest were stored. Li Yi wanted to give some to Princess Yongmu, Xiaolan, and his disciple Qingdai. Usually, only small abalones and dried abalones were eaten as snacks. Li Yi did not care much. There were too many seafood products in that place, and there was no need to protect them. After soaking the big dried abalones, they were cooked with seasonings and dried a little. They were snacks. Of course, the processing methods of the barbarians were too rough. Historically, the country that produced dried abalones was the Japanese Empire. One was the sea region, and the other was the variety. As for the processing methods, they learned from China. China had a processing method for a long time. However, China lost too much of its territory in the cold waters. Without Li Yi, how could they control the Bohai Gulf? Bohai, Khitan, and Shu were the real owners there. History was followed by the messy 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, followed by the Song dynasty. There was no Bohai Gulf during the Song dynasty. Not to mention, there was a little. Aya, the Song dynasty, did not develop a navy during that time. Li Yi realized why China was unwilling to develop a navy in history. Were they afraid that people would establish forces outside, or did they feel that they were strong enough and did not bully others? The latter argument was not valid. They were already fighting, so how could they not bully others? In the process of historical evolution, he learned too many useful things from the Japanese Empire. Li Yi always knew that if you wanted to know about the food culture of China, you just had to look at the Japanese Empire and South Korea. What these 2 countries learned was part of the food rules of China. After that, they did not develop much. As the food of China became more abundant, it finally exploded again. The food of China improved along with the improvement of the material and spiritual civilization of China. It never fell behind. When the military was not good, the food aspect continued to develop. When the political power was finished, the food aspect continued to develop. Therefore, don't mention eating to Chinese people. Eating is normal, and there is nothing to show off. We don't apply for any patents or cultural heritage. It is meaningless. Did pandas need to apply to act cute? Will koalas apply for dependency? Little brother E, I heard that you got 5,000 abalones that are not good in color. I want it. Li Qingqi rushed over as soon as he received the news. Li Yi looked at the other party. Brother, are you shameless just because you want black abalones? Wen Tian, look at our elder brother. He's so considerate of us. Li Yi refused. The taste of fresh black gold abalone was very good. Even if it was a dried abalone, it was still very fragrant. Princess Yongmu covered her mouth and laughed, but she didn't say anything. Brother E, I ate one just now. It's slightly bubbly, and I'll put some oyster sauce on it. It's delicious. Li Qingqi stopped joking. He was craving it. You ate it as soon as it was cooked? Did it feel like chewing dried beef jerky? Do you want to stuff your teeth? Li Yi was convinced. You promised to cook it for 2 days and 2 nights, but you? Give me 200 abalones, the kind that you have processed and reprocessed. I'm here to deliver you the big prawns, frozen and sealed in ice. It's the big pair of prawns you mentioned, but they can't tell if it's a pair of female prawns. They can't survive, but they won't spoil because they are sealed in ice. It's quite cold along the way. What did you say just now? Li Qingqi first mentioned what he sent and then asked for the rest of the things. Li Yi pretended to be confused. What, brother, when Tian is my witness? I just said that you don't want black abalones, right? When Tian, look at our elder brother, he's so considerate of us. Li Qingqi. Okay, little brother E, I admire you for this. You can even say the same thing when you lie. Li Qingqi smiled. Brother, I'll go out first after the Lunar New Year. The navy of the Tang dynasty will wait for me to come back later. Part of our ships are steam engines, and the rest are sailboats, steamers, paddle boats, and integrated ships that can be abandoned. Let them practice more. When I go out, I can bring back the things faster. Don't fight with me about this. I don't want any merits. Tell the soldiers that I'll give them extra subsidies. Amidst the laughter, Li Yi talked about serious matters calmly. When Li Yi said this, he finally understood the thinking of a small number of leaders who really cared about the country and the people. He realized that at the beginning after World War II, the starting point of many countries' leaders was peace, mainly because of trade. Then, as the economy of some countries, including Russia and the Japanese Empire, began to be suppressed. Why were the Russians being suppressed? Was it really because of its economy? In fact, if one looked at it from the root, socialism and communism were once prevalent in Europe and America. Then, some people found that their interests were weakened, so they started to counterattack. Just like kindergarten children, a child said, "We should unite and love each other." The other children followed and said, "Yes, let's play together." At this time, some of the children played better and were more united and friendly. The child who started this was dumbfounded. "You don't want to listen to me anymore? Luckily, I have a weapon. I can hit you." Find a group of children who also found that they were not good enough and hit them together. So, the essence of the world was not about doctrines, but about former neighbors. If you always hit the neighbor's children, the neighbor was weak. One day, the neighbor's children had a knife. Quickly find other friends who had hit the neighbor before and scare the neighbor together. "You can't stab us with your knife." Then he stabbed. The knife came out. The one who was stabbed said, "You guys hit him. He dares to stab me. I can't take it anymore. You guys follow me." The other children stepped back. "No, I can't do it. I will also be stabbed. Why don't we talk with our mouths?" Li Yi knew that this was the relationship between countries. It was simple. Look at the kindergarten. In other words, when an expert who had studied a lot of international relations found that he could not understand the current international relations, he could go to a bigger kindergarten, see how the children play, and instantly understand. The bigger the kindergarten, the deeper the understanding. What other good things are there in the military? Li Qingqi listened very naturally. Understood how to operate. "Brother, ask His Majesty. Ask His Majesty who he wants to choose. Then you find a person to propose and decide on the person. Once there is a problem, His Majesty will not know, and you will not know. The person you find is too weak, and the person who executes the plan will be killed." Li Yi patiently instructed. In fact, Li Qingqi also knew what to do, but he could not express it so clearly. It felt like a grid. How to deal with each situation. "Brother E, have you arranged a program for Nanku? 2 of them are married." Li Qingqi suddenly changed the topic. "I know. I will send gifts later." Li was happy. Someone had found his other half. Chapter 1371. Look at those dots. They consume a lot of oil every day. Lilongji stood aside and looked into the distance. There were nearly 40,000 captives of the southwest barbarians in the distance. They were allowed to burn kerosene lamps at night, but they were not allowed to sell them. The ownership of the lamps belonged to the Li family Zhuangzi. A family was given 5 caddies of oil a month. Occasionally, a little oil was enough. In winter, there were ice lamps. In order to save oil, they used the light of the ice lamps to do things. They mainly learned Pinyin and Tang dynasty characters. The southwest barbarian area is good. Except for Nanzhao, the 6 Zhao and river barbarian tribes were all lured or forced by Tubo to fight against the Tang dynasty. Li Yi looked at the light spots, and a map of the southwest appeared in his mind. The southwest barbarian area at this moment belonged to Yunnan and part of Myanmar. There was little wheat planted there. More rice and sorghum were planted there. Sometimes barley was planted after a crop of rice was harvested. In Chang, and people gradually adapted to eating wheaten food. There was more wheat in Chang, and wheat was the main food crop in the Guangzhou area. Nanzhao is good. Lilongji thought that Nanzhao would not fight against the Tang dynasty, so he praised Nanzhao. Before Li Yi came to the Li family Zhuangzi, Lilongji made the leader of Nanzhao a county king. Many times, disasters were caused by the generals at the border. The Tang dynasty declared that it was a great country, but the Jadushi at the border had too much power. Every time there was a dispute, it was usually caused by them. Li Yi began to instill the problem of the border generals in Lilongji's mind. In fact, Tubo's case was caused by the generals of the Tang dynasty who always stirred up trouble. The other side did not want to do it, so they kept fighting. Nanzhao was attached to the Tang dynasty. Then they unified the 6 Zhao. The governor of the Tang dynasty bullied them. In the end, they led the army to fight. They bullied the women in the army of the Nanzhao king. They were not satisfied after bullying and asked for money, but the other side did not agree. So the governor sent people to scold them and at the same time made up a list of crimes for them. After the battle, there was no need to care about who was right and who was wrong. They just had to defeat Nanzhao. But in the end, they couldn't win the battle. The local environment and climate were not suitable for the Tang dynasty soldiers. At the same time, the economy of the Tang dynasty was not doing well. As the war continued, the Lushan rebellion broke out. Many years later, Li Shi ascended to the throne. Bang, bang, bang. Even Tubo and Nanzhao were defeated. Both places suffered heavy losses at once. However, the first king of Nanzhao was forced to fight against the Tang dynasty. He was forced to do so. After he won, he was even willing to seek peace. However, he died and his descendants did not listen to him. Therefore, it made sense for Songjing to restrict the power of the generals at the border. Otherwise, if the generals at the border always took the initiative to stir up trouble, how could the country develop after years of war? After a few years, the winged knights can be sent to important places. Lilongji nodded. Li Yi had mentioned this before. After talking about this, Lilongji changed the topic. Baggage is now the most important thing at the border, but there are signs of it in the Tang dynasty. The princesses and the kings don't collect taxes. How should we deal with outsiders? As soon as he finished speaking, Princess Yongmu opened her mouth, but did not make a sound in the end. She wanted to say that she could pay taxes. After all, her Wentian Orchid Pavilion made a lot of money. There was a 30% luxury tax and a lot of profits. That's easy. Li lightly spat out 2 words. Lilongji waited. You continue. In the future, there will be a lot of land outside. Let them report the scale of their business activities and how much money they have. In the future, we will sell them the land outside. It's good for them. For example, Wentian. If she is a princess, she will report the money Wentian Orchid Pavilion makes. When we choose a place outside where there is no one, next year we will divide a large piece of land. Wen Tian has a lot of money. She will pay 1 million yuan to buy the land. If she doesn't want to buy it, she will pay taxes. We can also ask His Majesty to give the land outside to Wen Tian. After the land is given, Wen Tian Orchid Pavilion will pay a certain amount every year. The imperial court will take care of it on behalf of Wen Tian Orchid Pavilion. Li Yi had already thought about it. He wanted to get some people out of the Tang dynasty. They would not be able to afford it. After saying that, he looked at Princess Yongmu. Princess Yongmu nodded. Okay, I agree. Oh, if I am a princess. What if others don't agree? Li Qingqi felt uncomfortable. Don't agree? The 5 princes of the 5 princes' residence will take the lead. Once they agree, who will dare to oppose? Aren't they afraid that Princess Taiping will chat with them at night? Li Yi said with a smile. Let's start with you. Yes, brother Yi is right. As the eldest brother, King Song is the most reasonable. He will definitely support it. Li Qingqi remembered the fighting power of the Winged Knights. With the Winged Knights, the Tang dynasty would be saved a lot of trouble. Besides this plan, are there any other good plans? Li Longji was not satisfied. He wanted to ask more. Yes, there is a limit. Different princes and princesses enjoy different amounts of tax exemption. For example, Princess Yongmu's tax exemption should be set at 10 million yuan per year. If Princess Yongmu donates again, deduct the donation amount. As for people who falsify the accounts, it's an audit problem. Just investigate it. Li Yi gave another idea. For example, the county duke and the prefectural duke enjoy different amounts of tax exemption. Arrange it according to this. Princess Yongmu's head was like a chicken pecking at rice. Okay. Anyway, as long as it was Li Yi's idea, she felt that it was correct. Is there anything else? Li Longji was addicted to asking. Yes, go and investigate now. Ask each family how much business they have, how many people they have, and how many acres of land they have. At the same time, you can also investigate a group of people who forcibly occupy other people's land. Clean up what should be cleaned up, and return what should be returned to the people. In the future, if those who affiliate with us don't tell us who they belong to, they will have to pay taxes. According to the tax exemption account, directly investigate the source. If you catch them, you will demote those who affiliate with us and punish them to death. Li Yi gave the most direct method, which was to talk about the accounts. Good, that. Li Longji agreed, and then there is another way. When the Li family Zhuangzi comes out with a new product, if others want to buy it, they will have to take the tax receipt, and I will even issue a ban order. If there are overseas merchants, as long as they pay enough taxes, the navy of the Tang dynasty will protect them. As mentioned before, the children of those who pay taxes will be given preferential treatment in the imperial examinations, including going to Chang and to see a doctor. Or we can add a person who has been cheated by the local government and is allowed to pay a certain amount of taxes to go to Chang and to file a complaint. Li Yi did not need Li Longji to ask bit by bit. He told him all the ideas he could think of. There are so many methods. At this moment, Li Longji wished he could send someone to call back the people who were in the meeting earlier and have another meeting. It took a lot of effort to ask you one thing. There are so many methods. Let's eat. Li Dan called the children, who were all his juniors. He looked a lot younger. His face was rosy, and the wrinkles on his skin were not so obvious. Tonight, there was beef and stewed radish for dinner. The cow was the Li family Zhuangzi's cow. It died of old age and couldn't eat anymore. Finally, it collapsed. It was not sick, but its body function was not good. Before, it was fed medicine for the digestive system, and it persisted for 3 more months. It was really a natural death. When it was bought, it was old. It worked slowly for the Li family Zhuangzi with the other old cows. It was not killed by a hammer smashing its head with a knife, and then cut its neck to bleed to death. Chapter 1372. Due to the decline of bodily functions, the dead cows were thinner and provided less meat. However, there was no problem with his skin. It was still very impressive. The cow's hooves were turned into medicinal herbs. The cow's life could be considered a good ending. Many people sold their cows to Li family Zhuangzi when they retired, especially those who developed feelings for them. The price could be lower. He really couldn't bear to see the cows being killed. If he wanted to raise them until they died, he felt that they couldn't be sold. He was conflicted between interests and feelings. Fortunately, the cows were taken in by Li family Zhuangzi and raised until they died. This included horses, but donkeys weren't. The people basically didn't have any feelings for donkeys. Donkeys had a bad temper. The dead cows were made into soup for the children in Zhuangzi and Princess Yongmu's students. The rest of the meat was naturally left for Li Yi and the others. There's still leftover beef. Why don't I exchange it for some potatoes? Li wanted to eat beef and potatoes. No, brother Yi, don't exchange. Radishes are delicious, but no one likes potatoes. Li Longji quickly waved his hand. He knew that he would have it soon. There was no need to exchange his lifespan. He wouldn't feel comfortable eating it after exchanging it. I told Wen Tian that we will leave on the second day of the new year. We will go to the seaside first. Bring the nurses, winged knights, officials, and Qingdai. Don't let the others catch a cold. Remember to keep warm. Li Yi looked at everyone and reminded them, don't look for your own illness. If you can't treat it, I won't be able to come back. I know. Disinfect diligently. Wash your hands frequently. Don't eat raw food. Don't stay up late. Drink warm water. Maintain the airflow. Keep the temperature in the house at 26 degrees Celsius. Li Dan talked about how to maintain health like a primary school student. In order to live a few more years, he attached great importance to it. He didn't even return to his own palace. He stayed in Li family Zhuangzi. He still wanted to have a child. The Baifu palace in the palace was like a big coffin, waiting for death inside. There were many people in Li family Zhuangzi. It was lively, especially with many children. They were chattering all day long. The key was that there was no need to scheme. Other than the manor lord, there was also the winged knights. Yes. Before we leave, I'll do a body check for all of you, starting from the first year of junior high, including the older people in Zhuangzi. Li Yi was relieved. He was afraid that someone would seek death. Check Bao, and Sister Lu Tu. Wu Jiyu quickly reminded them. She suddenly realized that Li Yi's existence was irreplaceable. Usually His Majesty was in charge of political affairs, helping to deal with military affairs, foreign affairs, finance, agriculture, industry, service industry, and so on. However, what was truly inseparable was medical skills. It was considered a luxury for others to seek out an imperial physician when they were not feeling well. If it were someone like him, he would definitely look for Li Yi. Sister-in-law too. Li Yi nodded. Empress Wang also had a little princess in her belly. Li Yi said as he scooped some beef and radish into a soup bowl for Princess Yongmu. A skinny cow has less fat and is not suitable for stewing radish. That should be made spicy. Princess Yongmu's face was filled with sweetness. She could not say a word. Like her aunts, Princess Jinxian and Princess Yuzhen, there were naturally men who went to flatter them. Unlike her, the men that her two aunts came into contact with were not good enough themselves. They hoped to gain favor through talent and then be recommended to His Majesty. Li Yi obviously did not need it. The others were talented in poetry and music. Li Yi was talented in governance. They were eating and drinking. At the bridgehead outside Li family Zhuangzi, someone knelt there and cried. It was the person who insisted on using a horse to pull the sleigh. He needed compensation. Along with him, there were also people at the relay station and shed on the road. He only needed to pay money. The others had to pay more than him. However, he still felt wronged. He wanted to use his own pitiful appearance to get the compensation in the contract. Could he not pay? He knew he was wrong. He would not dare to do it again. Obviously not. Li Yi had forgotten about this matter. After Song gave the order, he did not pay attention to it anymore. The junior steward of Li family Zhuangzi stood in front of the other party and refused with a cold face. It's useless for you to kneel here. Hurry up and pay. I know your family can afford it. You can share it. It's not much. If you continue kneeling, more people will see. If you want to earn money again, no one will look for you. You want to use your own mistake to frame the owner. Do you want the next horse to make up for it? The junior steward understood everything. He just thought that Dong Zhu was soft-hearted. After he finished speaking, the kneeling person did not move. Someone help me spread the news. Just say I'm up. Don't say it. The kneeling person directly sat on the ground. As he spoke, he got up with difficulty. After kneeling for an hour, his legs were numb. He finally knew fear. It was too scary. If this spread, no one would ride his sleigh in the future. Although it was the new year, there were not fewer people at the bridgehead. In fact, there were even more people. They watched and heard that this person was disobedient. He replaced the 2-horse sleigh with a single horse, but the horse died of exhaustion. It was the people of the 16th Guard who went to help. Every one of them disliked this person. What? How could they not listen to owner Li's words? Pei, Li Dongzhu is such a good person. You're still playing tricks. Is it because of the horse? A 2-horse sleigh is harmful. That's Li Dongzhu. If it was a few years ago, who would save you? A few years ago, no one rented animals in the winter. They were afraid of freezing to death. You'll lose weight. Cows and horses have to work in the winter. They can't eat fine grain. The silage is not bad. Li Dongzhu is kind to the common people. In the midst of the condemnation, this person ran away. He limped away, his legs still numb. No need to add coal. It's hot in the house. At home, Lu Huaishan was wearing the pajamas designed by Li. It was loose, warm, and light. He told the hired people not to add coal. In front of him was 100 grams of white wine, 60% medicinal wine. He drank 100 grams every night. The wine was provided by Li. All the wine was provided by Li. Lu Huaishan didn't eat staple food at night. He only ate some lean meat and vegetables. He didn't touch the fatty meat or the chicken. He had a small furnace welded with iron at home. He connected the small furnace with water in the middle to a radiator. This furnace was commonly used in the northeastern countryside during Li Yi's time. It was about 400 to 500 millimeters in diameter. It was like a round beaker with a big belly. It was welded with an iron plate. It was hollow inside and connected to a radiator. The radiator was filled with water. When the fire was lit, the small furnace would be heated. The cost of the furnace was quite high according to the current productivity of the Tang dynasty. The material cost was about 300 yuan for a radiator. For his family, the material cost was about 400 yuan. The technical cost was not included. Otherwise, how much was the technology of welding worth? In fact, Li Yi used electric welding at that time. A small furnace without a radiator was about 50 yuan. Some of the furnaces only cost about 30 yuan. The radiators were bought by themselves. As for the other materials, they could choose by themselves. Of course, Lu Huaishan's house was so big that he couldn't bring a small furnace with him. It was not enough on the first floor. So he burned one furnace on each floor. The others quickly removed the fire. They couldn't suppress the fire. Suppressing the fire would lead to soot poisoning. I have lived for another year. Shao Yi said that I can live for a few more years. Lu Huaishan was satisfied. Chapter 1373. Both of Lu Huaishan's sons were still alive. His eldest son was preparing to pass the Jinshe exam. He was previously a registrar in Hunan province. In history, Lu Huaishan's eldest son, Lu Huan, should have been a rank 4 imperial censor. Lu Huaishan was a prime minister. If he didn't die, his son could get an official position. If he died, his son would be a rank 5 imperial censor. It was impossible for him to be a rank 3 imperial censor. A rank 3 imperial censor had too much power. It was even more impossible for his son to take over his position unless he achieved something in the future. A A rank 5 imperial censor was the starting point for a prime minister's son. In history, because of his death, his son, Lu Huan, was given a very good position. He was a rank 4 imperial censor. The key was that he didn't die. If Li Yi didn't let him die, his son couldn't jump up and become a small registrar. The official registrar of the Hunan prefecture was still one rank higher than the official registrars of other places. As an imperial censor, he still had to prepare for the imperial examination. If there were questions, he could just ask Li Yi for them. The key was to write down the questions from memory. Lu Huaishan's second son was still too young and was still learning. In history, other people's second son, Lu Yi, wasn't very successful, but his son was. His son was called Lu Qi. He was the emperor of Tang Li Shi, who had just become the emperor and then beat Nanzhao and Tufan until they knelt and cried. Of course, that had nothing to do with Tang Dizong. It was the generals at the border who took the initiative to attack. Among Tang Dizong's prime ministers, there was a traitorous Lu Qi. He had cheated a lot of people. Each generation of prime ministers was worse than the previous generation. Li Yi definitely didn't protect Lu Huaishan because he thought that his family would never have a prime minister. Li Yi would never agree. He saw Lu Huaishan as a good person and needed him alive to contribute his strength. If one compared the future generations, one would realize that some people were worthy of respect, such as Guozi. Li Yi wouldn't give Li Linfu a chance. Li Linfu's position was not only because he was slick, but also because he could make money. If it was anything else, Li Yi would still respect him. But when it came to money, he didn't need Li Linfu. Li Linfu's skills. How could Lu Huaishan's family know what his family was like in history? Old Lu was already dead. At this moment, they were very happy and had a warm feeling. Their eldest son had even married a wife, but they didn't have any children. He was also incorruptible, just like his father. He was influenced by his upbringing. Her second son was studying hard. He was not young and did not have a wife, nor did he have a child who was a traitor. The family could be said to be happy and harmonious as they waited for the new year. Father, I heard that Li Yi monopolized the imperial favor in the current imperial court. How much harm has he done? If someone mentioned it, they would secretly refer to him as the external minister. What's the problem with using a loose official outside the imperial court to exercise the power of the chancellor and assistant within the imperial court? Lu Huaishan's eldest son, Lu Huan, didn't know Li Yi well enough. Usually, Lu Huaishan didn't talk much about Li Yi. He was worried that something would happen to the Tang dynasty with such an existence. Xiao Yi doesn't want to be the emperor. He thinks it's too tiring. Princess Yongmu is beautiful. He spends all his time coaxing Princess Yongmu. It's fine. Lu Huaishan used the most straightforward words to say that he didn't have to worry about Li Yi. Not only him, but everyone in the imperial court who was qualified to meet Li Yi understood Li Yi's character. Sometimes Lu Huaishan was jealous. Who didn't want to be in Li Yi's position? When he didn't speak, he would play by himself in Zhuangzi. He was very happy. Once he thought of something and came up with an idea, the entire Tang dynasty would follow. The retired emperor, noble consort Lu, Empress Wang, Wu Jiu, Lu Jiu, the future crown prince, the princess, and even His Majesty himself lived there. Oh, I'm already a member of the imperial court. I'm also willing to sleep in the family Zhuangzi. It's too peaceful and I don't have nightmares. I want it too. Lu Huan didn't hide his pursuit of improvement. Yes, it's the pursuit of improvement. This is positive propaganda. Looking at it from another angle, it's ambition. The Chinese culture is broad and profound, and it's said to give you more burdens. There are two types. One is to provide resources and responsibilities. That's called nurturing. The other is to not provide resources. That's called exploitation. Of course, there is no exploitation in socialism. It's just that the division of labor is different. There's no difference between a dung digger and a mayor. It's just that the type of work is different. Both are serving the people. Look at New Zealand, Switzerland, Norway, etc. What? Canada? Denmark? Bullsh ** T. Canada and Denmark are looking at China with colored glasses. They're like dogs. Dogs. It's said that the old are the same as the old, the young are the same as the young. This is called empathy. It feels good, but it's not practical. Without class, there's no development. Humans pursue comparison, arousing the people's desire to compare, and at the same time, giving them the opportunity to work hard. This is what a ruler should do. When promoting to the people, you can't say this. You have to say that happiness is obtained through hard work. That's right in theory, but the process is different. Fraud is also a form of struggle. Don't thieves need skills? Li was full. He held his chopsticks and waited for others. He is not teaching to the people. It's a different kind of teaching to the people. Now he was dissecting them and separating them out. He had been farming them step by step. Was this a struggle? That's useless. Even if you farm till you die, you won't have any money. Struggle is about wisdom. Other people are planting tomatoes in greenhouses. Damn, you all don't want to plant green onions? Then I'll plant. Those who plant tomatoes and cucumbers can't say they didn't work hard. They planted a large area, but they didn't make any money. Those who plant green onions made money. It's also a form of struggle. Li is instilling this knowledge into others, but he is also at a loss. He was thinking, sweeping the streets with a broom is a form of struggle? Everyone says that happiness is obtained through hard work. In his country, sweeping the streets can bring happiness? That's because one's mental state has reached a certain level. It's the same as Bhutan. The medical and transportation conditions are useless. The aviation is only a small broken airport. Eating seafood is a joke. Third, brother, there are fewer government officials in some areas. In other areas, there are actually redundant officials. This shows that there is a problem with cognition. The price of refusing to take up the position is too small. Increase the content of the law. It's like conscription. Have the same requirements for the officials. Li thought of the problem of the officials in the Tang dynasty as he ate. Give someone an official position, and that person can choose not to take up the position, like Du Fu. The officials can choose not to take up the position, but can the soldiers not fight? Obviously not. The soldiers of the House of Subjugation will die faster if they don't fight when it's time. What's wrong with the officials? I have to talk about it. Brother should we be punished? Li Longji frowned. He already knew, but he was used to it. Now that he heard Li mention it again, he wondered if the Tang dynasty would be abolished if those people were not the officials. He found that it wouldn't be, because at least Brother was nurturing talents. Then how should those who are given official positions but don't take up the position be punished? Chapter 1374. Once you refuse to take up the position, you will not be able to become an official for the rest of your life. You will not be able to become an official for 3 generations. Li directly told him how to deal with this matter. It was the same as a deserter. Currently in Chang, and many people who passed the imperial examination were waiting for a suitable position. The Ministry of Personnel had arranged an official position for him, but he felt it was too far away. The local government was still poor and had a small population. He had been asking for help and using his connections to get an official position near Chang or Hunan province. Yao Chang's son was in Hunan province previously. If an official did not take up the position, the Ministry of Personnel would wait, and there would be a vacancy in the local government. Luckily, the officials were hardworking. It was fine even if there was no county magistrate. After the Lunar New Year, give this order. Li Longji decided to listen to Li and chase the officials out of Chang. And who was he going to waste time with? There is one more thing. The Ministry of Personnel will teach the officials. Most of them will have to do with official documents. Ask the people to do things according to the rules. Also, build irrigation works and roads. Not enough. Li Yi mentioned another situation that needed to be changed. After passing the imperial examination, the students could not become an official immediately unless they had an official in their family. The rest of them must learn from the officials in the Ministry of Personnel. They must learn how to write letters to pacify the people, notify the people, review cases, and remember the harvest time. Under normal circumstances, if a county magistrate could do all these, he was considered a good official. Just like last year, Li Longji received a tip-off from Zhang Jiling and conducted a test on a large group of county magistrates. In the end, a large group of county magistrates failed, and dozens of them were sent home to learn. I need to learn. Li Longji uttered these two words and stopped asking. He knew what Li Yi meant. The officials and the county magistrate should learn from Li Yi. Not only can they understand the situation in the county magistrate's office, but they can also carry out specific tasks, including what vegetables the people grow, whether to repair their houses. If the county magistrate was in charge of public security, he must help the people build fences and teach them how to avoid danger. He must also teach them how to use weapons to hunt dangerous beasts in the woods and mountains. Of course, if Li Yi were to go down, he would also look at the surrounding counties and help the state government think of ways to work with other counties. Difficult. Li Longji did not get carried away. He understood. Expecting all the officials to do it was harder than ascending to heaven. If he wanted to go up into the sky, he had a hot air balloon. It would only take a little effort. Every single one of the officials had the same ability as Li Yi. Don't joke around. It's not difficult. Both batches of students can do it. Li Yi said, the first batch of 41 A-rank students and the second batch of 220 A-rank students. They were specially groomed and taught everything. Even the students who were sent to the village to write the poem of sympathy for the two ducks and their peers were not a problem. Before he passed the examination, he became a village official and learned the governance strategies given by Li Yi in the village. When they returned from the village, the examinees exchanged ideas with each other. Every village developed in a different way. The new batch will continue to be sent to the village. They will study for a year and be sent back to the village for the imperial examination next year. Li Longji suddenly realized that he was short of capable officials. He went out for a walk and passed by so many counties. Everywhere he went, Li Yi provided him with solutions. Li Yi seemed to be doing things casually. No, there was only one Li Yi in the world. Let's give the batch of students who are helping the people a chance. If they can't do it, we will give them the title of Grand Scholar. Li Yi did not forget about the students who were living in the migrant workers' house. They had contributed a lot. In the future, being an official would not depend on one's literary skills. Whoever could solve the problem would be promoted. Whoever could improve the public security and economy would be promoted first. It did not matter if they were greedy. The aim was to increase the income of the people. Of course, after the new year. Li Longji nodded. That's right. After talking about the new year, Li Longji had a new question. When will the merchants celebrate the new year? Not necessarily. It depends on where they are from. For example, Tubo. They celebrate the new year during the autumn harvest. There are different arrangements outside. Li Yi could not say how the people celebrated the new year. This included religion. The current situation was that religion came before the country, including Christianity and Islam. Will they celebrate the new year of the Tang dynasty in Guangzhou? Li Longji always wanted others to listen to the words of the Tang dynasty. They will celebrate the new year if we let them. However, trade is not allowed. In reality, whoever is powerful will be willing to celebrate the new year. Li Yi did not care what the merchants celebrated the new year. He only wanted to make money. The people of the Yen family have been sentenced. Since no one died because of them, they were not killed. They are just disciples. Li Longji thought of the Yen family in Kaiyuan County. Actually, no one died directly. However, it is not easy to convict those who died indirectly. Li Yi did not care much about the Yen family. Rest early. It is the end of the year. Do not tire yourself out. Li Longji yawned. The Kaiyuan County mentioned by Li Longji was lit at night. There were no ice lanterns. It had just rained 2 days ago. The temperature was lower today. It was 23 degrees Celsius. Before it rained, it was 28 degrees Celsius. Everyone wore cool clothes. Jian Qing brought 1,000 wing knights to work with the 5th steward of the Li family Zhuangzi, Li Feng. Li Feng got a lot of mountain people. He used the profits from buying things to build houses for the mountain people. He also built roads. The houses were at the foot of the mountain. The roads led to the mountain people's village. When the mountain people went down the mountain, they would not go back. They had a place to live and could cultivate terraced fields. The people in Kaiyuan County had a better life. In the few months that Li Feng came, the people's income increased by more than 10 times. Not only Kaiyuan County, but the entire Guangzhou government, the people's income increased. Before Li Feng and the others came, when Zhang Jiling was in charge, they had already earned more money. Now they earned even more. We will celebrate the new year here this year. It is warm. Jian Qing actually wanted to go back to Chang'an. Seeing the people have more money is the happiest. When I go back, Li Dongzhu will definitely praise me. Li Feng did not care whether it was warm or not. He also did not want the Li family Zhuangzi. He was full of results. His original intention was only to get Li Yi's recognition. As long as Li Yi praised him, he felt that all his efforts were worth it. If Li Yi said something bad about him, he would seek death. He was a slave of the Li family Zhuangzi. He was bought by Li Yi to Zhuangzi and lived a good life. Like slaves in other places, the slave would take the initiative to protect the slave master. If someone said to overthrow the slave master, the slave would not agree. That was a slave in a place where he lived a normal life. Unless he was always the slave master and his family was starved or beaten to death, the slave would not be willing to betray him. The slave did not know anything and relied on the slave master to lead them. Li Feng was now separated from the Li family Zhuangzi and could live a good life. He learned a lot of skills. The more it was like this, the more he felt that it was better to be a slave. When he went out to live, which court official would treat him well? In the Li family Zhuangzi, he was a steward and could see the officials. Usually he could see the emperor, the empress, the retired emperor, and others. Of course, the key was that he could not go out. He wanted to earn money to redeem himself. No, he had to tell Dongzhu, and Dongzhu would let him go. Go and live a free life. Then, after crossing the bridge, he would lose his life. Dongzhu could let him go, but the court would not give him a chance. Chapter 1375. Li Feng, you can make paper shells and fire caps. Why don't you make fireworks? Jian Qing didn't know what Li Feng was thinking. He wanted to see fireworks himself. The Li family Zhuangzi's, people who came with Li Feng, actually knew how to make bullets. As a winged knight, he didn't know how to do it. He only knew how to use it. Dongzhu didn't teach us. Dongzhu only taught us how to make bullets. He was afraid that 1,000 bullets wouldn't be enough for each of you. The fire caps are still made of copper. Li Feng lied with his eyes wide open. He knew how to make fireworks secretly and added some metals and chemicals. The chemicals were all bought from the local mines and pharmacies. They wanted to give others a surprise. The dried seafood here doesn't feel as delicious as the ones in Bohai. Jian Qing changed the topic gloomily. The seafood in the cold water area is special, but the people by the sea are willing to eat fresh, especially here in Guangzhou because the weather is hot. When it came to seafood, Li Feng had a smile. He bought a lot of local dried products, including the ones in the mountains, and shipped them back in batches. He also taught the locals to use fish bone powder to feed livestock and poultry, especially poultry. The chickens didn't go into the water, the ducks did. But the ducks ate it themselves. It couldn't be compared to manually grinding it and feeding it. Needless to say, the geese couldn't swallow it if it was bigger. During this time, he taught the people to hatch poultry and raise them. New chicks, ducklings, and geese came out. He taught everyone not to catch fish, but to sink to the bottom of the sea to catch seaweed and feed it to pigs. The geese also ate it. The chickens ate a little less. The ducks didn't need to be fed this. If the ducks had food, it would be better to feed them. If not, the ducks would go to the sea to eat. In addition to the grass in the mountains, the people now saved a lot of eggs. They used boiled salt to marinate them and transported them elsewhere in batches. When he thought of the boiled salt, Li Feng was quite confused. Dongzhu has a way to make salt. His eldest brother is controlling it. It hasn't been used by the sea for the time being. I also don't dare to release it. Why? Li Dongzhu didn't ask you to use it? Jianqing didn't suspect that there was a good method. He was just confused about Li Yi's behavior. He said that starting next year, he will adjust the industrial structure of the Tang dynasty's salt products. His Majesty had salt wells in Shu. If there was more sea salt, His Majesty would earn less money. At the same time, there's a simple way to get sea salt. The people who cook the salt will lose their jobs. Cooking salt is hard work, but it's still an income. As the fifth steward, Li Feng knew a lot of things. Li Feng, if you go out alone, you can also earn a lot of money. Jianqing said casually. Yes. Did you get the order? Once we try to break away, they will kill us. We know, including Songda. Li Feng was already used to it. He was very clear that he knew many things and the influence these things would have on the Tang dynasty. Jianqing shook her head lightly. The order I received was that as long as one of us is not dead, I cannot let you get hurt. You won't kill us? Li Feng was surprised. His Majesty said it doesn't matter. We're just here to protect you. Since you've been captured, Li Dongzhu will naturally take care of you personally. Take Lu Zhou's Tan family's stronghold, for example. If Tan Shui captured all of you, we would all die in battle. If news of this spread, Li Dongzhu would destroy the Tan family stronghold. He wouldn't ask the Tan family's stronghold to hand over the culprit. If someone faked it and handed over one, Jianqing, how dare you slander the Tan family's stronghold? Tan Shui shouted from behind. Mei stood behind her and glared at Jianqing. Let me give an example. Jianqing was shocked. Take my clan as an example. Do you think the Tan family's stronghold is stupid? If others hear this, they'll think that the Tan family stronghold is rebelling. Tan Shui did not back down. She could not say that. Jianqing was all smiles. Yes. I was wrong. I apologize. Don't mobilize the troops to attack me. Do you think I'm stupid? Mobilize the troops to attack the Winged Knights? I've already spoken to the stronghold here. We'll provide the coal, and we'll craft the tools together. Tan Shui got down to business. According to the administrative division at Li Yi's place, Lu Zhou was in Guangxi. Guangzhou was in Guangdong. The government had to look at the locals and the mountain people. The mountain people were the hardest to interact with. In the past, the mountain people would only send people to trade when they needed something. The government had a headache, but they did not have any good ideas. When Tan Shui arrived, she actively interacted with the mountain people in the stronghold. Since they were all mountain people, they were closer. Moreover, her family could organize a team and had more resources. Over the past few days, Li Feng had gained trust, and the Winged Knights had gained recognition. Lu Zhou had opened up all the mountain people's channels to the Tan family's stronghold. Without the Li family Zhuangzi and the Winged Knights, the Tan family stronghold could move unhindered. This had nothing to do with the court. The Li family Zhuangzi was not the court, and the Winged Knights were His Majesty's private army. This meant that the Tan family stronghold was on par with the Huang and family. They could even beat someone up if they wanted to. This was normal. After all, Li Yi's clan in Guangxi was already powerful. If they wanted to flip over a police car, they would flip it over. If they wanted to set it on fire, they would set it on fire. If a dog thief tried to steal from their stronghold, they would beat him to death. Some people even raised children. Previously, they did not slow down 16-year-old children. They beat people up. not slow down 14-year-old children. They killed people. That was why the country changed the law. It was not targeted at a few cases of children killing people. The real target was Guangxi and then the whole country. The punishment began at the age of 12. Since the people in Guangxi were not that tall, the punishment at the age of 12 was less harmful to adults unless they used guns. At the same time, the law emphasized self-defense and improved many aspects. It was no longer a case of killing a thief for stealing. Once the two were combined, they would understand. Even if a teenager violated you, you could just kill the other party. The prosecution would prosecute you, and the prosecution would need to provide evidence. They were more powerful than the Northeast during Li's time. In the Tang dynasty, they were mountain people. They were even more powerful. If it were a few years ago, Tan Shui might have arrested the officials. However, she had learned her lesson. The key was that she could directly contact the Li family Zhuangzi. Since she could solve the problem through nonviolent means, why would she kill people? We still have to build roads. The land route is faster than the sea route. Ships from other places will dock at the port here. Li Feng knew some things. He did not know that Li Yi would leave on the second day of the Chinese New Year, but he knew which was more convenient. Are there any pigeons over there? Tan Shui still could not forget Li Yi. No, but there are many pigeons over there. Maybe they will fly back after the Chinese New Year. Li Feng also missed pigeons. He was now working with the Li family Zhuangzi and a few people here. He was afraid that he would not be thorough enough. Oh, Tan Shui lowered her head. She wanted to go to Chang'an. In the past, she thought that there were many outstanding men and that she could find a good one. However, after meeting Li Yi, her definition of outstanding men was that they were not outstanding enough. Even in her dreams, she dreamed of her marriage with Li Yi. It was a wedding that was held according to the standards of her village. In terms of good looks, she knew there were better-looking men than Li Yi. However, those good-looking men were not good in literature or wealth. She was in a dilemma. Chapter 1376. Tan Shui was only conflicted about finding a man, but some people were conflicted about their family matters. Guangzhou's Huang family, Huang and the others were preparing for the new year. They mainly ate poultry and livestock. They didn't eat water buffaloes and kept them to work. Pigs were good. They also ate water chestnuts and rice cakes, which they used to fry with sesame oil. If they wanted to eat more, they would eat seafood. There were no dumplings or glutinous rice balls. They also knew how to make sausages. The rich could do it, and the poor could continue to eat fish. Now that all the people in Guangzhou were rich, the Li family Zhuangzi sent people to the counties to be officials and set up the state government. Under the gentle protection of the winged knights, administrative orders were sent out one after another. Everyone obeyed. The people mainly made money because the roads were built and easy to travel. Then, a batch of goods was sent to Chang'an. The Li family Zhuangzi bought them at a high price. Even after deducting the travel expenses, Li Yi's profits were less than 100%. There were many barbarian businessmen coming over. To target them, all the docks where boats could be docked were built new beautiful hotels. The barbarian businessmen could spend a little money to enjoy the service. For example, a bowl of noodles with chili sauce. A spoonful of chili sauce was about 5 grams and was sold for only 500 yuan. A bed with springs could be slept on for only 5 grams a night. There was also fried dough sticks and soy milk for breakfast. Then the service staff's wages were higher. Their previous income couldn't be compared. Children could also get some wild fruits to make juice and sell. They could also use saltpeter to make ice and iced fruit juice. Of course, it wasn't frozen solid. Saltpeter was used to make ice mud. How much saltpeter did it take to freeze solid? In Guangzhou's temperature, a large glass of about 200 milliliters of ice fruit juice only cost 3 grams. It was cheap. Under normal circumstances, a barbarian businessman would need to stay for half a month to do business in Guangzhou. In this half a month, one person could spend 100 grams. A boat wasn't for one person. This didn't include the money they spent on finding women. The local people in Guangzhou looked for women in the brothels for around 10 to 100 grams. There were also those who wanted to spend more. When it came to barbarian businessmen, the women who usually charged the locals 10 grams would get up. Everyone had the same rule. Barbarian businessmen looked like that. When the women in the business of sending love made money, they would give a portion of it to the county school. She could also add some accessories to her boudoir so that she could raise the price next time. Guangzhou had become so prosperous. For example, Dongguan County's county magistrate Huang Luan had discovered that his income had increased. With more money in Grief Field Square, they could take care of more elderly and disabled people. The money for the children's education was sufficient, thanks to the young ladies. Speaking of the people from the Li family Zhuangzi, they are really different. They can even think of the female officials of the Tang dynasty. Wearing clothes that looked similar to those of female officials could actually increase the price by several times. The barbarian merchants liked this. Sure enough, Li Dongzhu has the ability to make money. Huang Luan and we're talking about economic development. The two of them were drinking and waiting for the new year. Don't always stare at women. Think of something else. Huang felt that Huang Luan's vision was too small. Yes. Let's not talk about women. There are actually some Yishang merchants who like men. I heard. Let's change the topic. Don't talk about men or women. Huang interrupted Huang Luan's words. Oh, understood. I found out that some barbarian merchants are even willing to do something on the boats designed by Li Dongzhu. They said that when they move, the water ripples, circle after circle. I don't know if the blood can ripple if the head is cut off. Huang was ready to draw his sword. I am saying that Li Dongzhu is amazing. How could he think of... He can also make you a mere figurehead. This is even more amazing. Huang gasped. He was furious. He felt that he should change this person. What was he thinking all day? Money moves people's hearts. I don't think about these things. I am afraid that I can't help but reach out. Huang Luan told him about his situation. There was a lot of money that he had never seen before. It was flowing into the Yaman's account. Even though he knew that someone was watching, he was still tempted. You have to think more about the Yan family in Dongyuan County. Once you think of them, you will understand. Huang did not think about the money. He was counting on being promoted. Only by being promoted could he bring glory to his ancestors. The officials cultivated by the Li family Zhuangzi are really amazing. They can even be officials like that. My extra salary is so high that I can actually sell my calligraphy. Huang Luan blushed when he mentioned the word sell. When the Li family Zhuangzis, people came to ask for calligraphy, they could write anything. 10 CUN. If they wrote a few more words, 50 CUN. The key was that the soap and toilet water were free. They were all prepared. They also added cotton and silk-blended socks and put them on to wash their sweat. Huang picked up a glass of cold wine and took a sip. What is given to you is yours. If it is not given to you, you can't take it yourself. He finally understood. When he corresponded with Song Jing said what kind of life the officials in the capital government lived. The Li family Zhuangzi gave some benefits. The emperor also gave some benefits. Any one of the benefits was several times more than the salary. After taking the things and money, they could not reach out anymore. If they reached out, it would not be their hands that were chopped off. Now that they were in Guangzhou, the officials were raised and did not cause any trouble. Their team came over. Oh, it was called the Baishui Corps. All the affairs of Guangzhou were handled clearly. If he had the same group of people, Huang was envious, jealous, and helpless. The most important thing is to nurture the team. A good team is the sharpest knife. The sun shone on the snow. There were still 2 days before the 30th. but Li had already performed surgery on 3 death row prisoners. The interventional surgery was carried out according to the procedures. The nurses cooperated. The 3 death row prisoners were all alive. They were so excited that they could not stop crying. They were alive. They were really alive. There was no need to die. Li was happy. He emphasized the team to Li Longji, who was having breakfast with him. You need a team to open a restaurant? Li Longji suddenly wanted to argue. It's the same. A good team can make the restaurant develop quickly. For example, the Li family Zhuangzi provides people to run the restaurant. Li Yi began to introduce the restaurant. He chose the hot pot restaurant to introduce. There was a group of people. The women were beautiful, the men were handsome, and the salary was high. When they went to a place and bought a restaurant that was not well run, it was usually a 2-story building. They would renovate it and give it a discount. Then the service staff would be able to patiently serve it with a smile. There were no problems with the ingredients used, including the complimentary dishes. Under normal circumstances, this restaurant would be popular. Some people would be willing to enjoy it for half a year or a year. After it became popular, some people would want this restaurant. It was obvious that it was profitable. The hot pot restaurant would give a price and help train the service staff who would take over. It cost 6 million to buy the restaurant and renovate. If others wanted to buy it, it would cost 10 million. The service staff would take care of it one by one for a month. The entire team would leave because another newly bought place had been renovated. They would continue to do the work. The people who took over were doing well in the first 2 months. Later, they realized that the business was getting worse and worse. What was wrong? In fact, the method of earning profits was different. It was much worse. The people who led the team did not earn much in half a year or a year. They only hoped to sell it to make a profit